It's me, Mario. Yippee! Hello. Waha! It's me, Mario. Hello. Waha! Hello. Hello. Okie dokie. Hello. So long. Let's go. Hello. So long, Bowser.
Thank you so much for that spectacular performance.
Okie dokie.
New York City, early in the morning.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
This is a big deal.
Oh, yes! 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 We...
Hey guys, it's me, the Parvinator, America's #1 online video game personality, and your host, the host of the Gamer Lifestyle Lounge. Ben, the Parvinator Parvin here at your service. What's up, guys? Good to see you. I think I said my name twice. I didn't mean to do that. What's up? Welcome. How you guys doing? How's your Friday? It is a Friday, right? This is a sanity check. Please, God, tell me it's a Friday. All right, good to see you guys. Hope you're doing well. You're in for a treat. I'm in for a treat. I'm excited to play this game, even if nobody was watching, honestly. I'm happy you're here. A happy Friday. I hope you've had a good week. It's been a strange one for me, and today was a really weird one. I thought I'd be able to get started sooner, but I had some issues last night. I'm glad I'm streaming at all, because the program that I use to stream, OBS, just... as soon as I tried to pull it up last night, at a certain point it crashed, and as soon as I'd go and open it up, instant crash. And I was afraid there would be no Japanese Mario 64. Yep. Welcome, Nick. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for coming in. So I salvaged. I wanted to do more like segment-wise. I had in mind a good old days segment, just talking a lot about the hype of this game, especially the North American release. I'm really curious to know more about the Japanese hype as well. Know a little bit, but you know. I lived the one here. So sadly, this isn't the huge rollout that I wanted it to be, but we're going to make it huge anyway. I do have an instruction manual for you. We're going to be playing this game, this actual cartridge, baby. We're popping this thing into a machine and turning the power button on, and then magic after that. Don't ask me, I'm not an engineer. But the magic happens, and we're going to be playing some Super Mario 64. Cool glowing cartridge they gave us. If you move it around, it just starts changing colors. It's pretty... Anyway, it is an interesting... I mean, I guess you guys have it down there at the bottom, huh? Oh, well, I guess that works. But yeah, it is an interesting cover, right? I'm so used to seeing Mario with his wing cap and, you know, the whole Mario 64 situation for North American cartridge and box. It's interesting. I love I don't know. I like the back-to-back here. It's cool. I noticed a lot of these Japanese... They will... This isn't a style that is never done by, like for North American box art. But I just feel for a lot of the Japanese box art and cart art, there's a real emphasis on, like, character art and seeing characters. And it seems like sometimes they would take that in a very plain background. I'll show you what I mean. 1 second. You know, there's a few that kind of get this treatment. We've covered this one, seen this one lately. What's up, Ryzone? Welcome, buddy. Hey, man, welcome. And then the Final Fantasy VI one. Again, a lot of white space here. A whole lot more going on, of course. But it just, not so much just covering characters. Oh, if I could show you the FF5 one. It's just a character lineup, like little chibi versions of them just kind of lined up side by side. And then, you know, the FF logo and all that stuff. But very, quite minimalist. And, you know, it seems like a lot of the North American box art, cart art, they wanted to get very actiony, you know? Yeah. Yeah, often, especially at this time, Noom. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of big gaps. It blows my mind how wide some of those gaps were. Yeah, welcome, Noom. Good to see you. I was watching something on Pokemon today, and it just reminded me. Look up. Let's see. So Gen 2 release dates. I want to see this. There's like a really big gap here, even with just Gen 1 being 96 versus coming out in America in 98. Gen 2 was like, it had its own big gap too. Yeah, it's good stuff. Anyway, I won't look for that right now. We're not talking Pokemon, I suppose, so we can talk whatever. Shit, we're talking gaming, baby. I have the FF5 box somewhere. It's really a good example of what I was talking about. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look for that. Upside down. Oh yeah, actually, I forgot. Oh, it's this that I was thinking of on the back. That front was still pretty sweet, right? A lot of white space. I'm liking this too. I always wonder what goes in. I'm so curious what goes into those kind of localization decisions. Noom. Would love to be a fly on the wall. Maybe I could interview somebody, you know? Get Ted Woolsey on the phone. Woolsey? I always stumble when I get to his name. I don't know. But yeah, the FF5 one's cool. What's going on at the bottom here? Oh, it's just, that's just the horizon. Of course, they're just looking over a green, you know, they're standing up on this rocky over cliff here. They're up on a cliff looking down. I was like, what's up at the bottom of the box? Okay, that makes more sense. Green screen love. Yeah, I always wonder what goes into that. But yeah, so we're going to be playing a special edition of Mario 64. I wasn't aware that this existed until I got this game. And this is, I should just stop for 1 second and say that while we play this game, every now and then, man, I think I'm going to kind of look back on how we started a 19-part series. It was all the Japanese games that I bought as part of one eBay lot. Oh, the picture got up. When things crashed yesterday, I lost this picture. I'm going to get it. It's some of you have seen it before, but it's just the picture from eBay of for like, I think it was came out to be about like $70, I believe. And it was 19 Japanese Nintendo 64 games all in one eBay lot. And this was one of them. Yeah. So we got this one. And this is actually, and you can see the version down there at the bottom. I'll just blow that up for us. This is a Rumble Pack version that came out a year after the original release. So, and from, I think moving forward, I think that this would kind of be like the one that would be printed in Japan. Let me see if I can blow it up for you guys. Yeah, so, yeah, this is like I said, they did this for a couple of games. They would, a couple of games that came out, you know, pre-Rumble Pack functionality. They would go back and you know, do a reprint of it. And in doing so, at least with this game, one of the disadvantages of it is, and you may know this if you've watched, if you're, I'm not a big speedrunner, but just today, I did a little more homework because it had been a while. That's right, Nick. Yep. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. And I did a little homework and I watched the 16-star, what is it? Summoning Salt video. And I'd seen it before, but it had been a while. And I don't know, it was funny because he actually mentioned this version at one point, and they take out some of the stuff that would, like some of the glitches that would help you speedrun, like the backwards long jump. Can't do it in this version. I think there may have been other things patched too. So the original release is in 96, but then this Rumble Pack edition would come out a year later, you know. I'm already sweating it up. Heck yeah. And like I said, I think that I'm just guessing here. I haven't read anything, but I would assume that this would be the version moving forward. You know. I don't know. Yeah, just a little summoning. Yeah, oh yeah, mix it up, right? A little summoning salt goes great on some home fries. Yeah, absolutely. Onion rings. Tater tots. Let's see. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. There's no way I can't sing some of this music. Just a little summoning salt. Just a little, sprinkle it right on the tater tots. That's more than a sprinkle, baby. It's a...
Thank you.
Good stuff. Rhizone said, I work fast food. We got both. Do you have smelling salts in case one of you gets knocked out on the line, you know? Hey, get up, buddy. We're in the middle of the lunch rush, you know? Just kind of put those... All right. God, there was an NFL player last year that was like seen on the sidelines doing that. I'm trying to remember who that was. They had a hit that was everybody other than the concussion doctor is like, okay, that looked really bad. And then he's over there on the sidelines like doing the smelling salts. Put me back in, coach. All right, guys. I'm veering way off course. Why don't we view a sacred text? Sadly, I don't own this one, but I did find us a PDF actually from Nintendo. It's funny, Nintendo of Japan has PDFs of a lot of their old instruction booklets, and I think it may be up because I think it might be like throwing a bone to the Nintendo Switch Online folks or something, and so they've kind of put this archive up. And every now and then when I'm looking for an instruction booklet, I'll find that it's, you know, 10 years old, 15 years old. And I'm like, oh, okay, that looks really bad. And then he's over there on the sidelines like doing the smelling salts. All right. the .jp website, and it'll be from Nintendo itself. So let's do it. Let's turn to a sacred text. Bow your heads, please. All right. So let me get to it myself so I can actually see what's going on. So, okay, we are looking at, I don't think we're looking at the instruction booklet here. I think we're looking at inserts that came with the box. These are quite common in a lot of these Japanese, like complete inbox things. I have a feeling that's what we're getting here. You scroll a few pages and you get this, which looks like a front page to me. Sweet. We're veering. There's also an aloe dedicated to veering as well. So we've got our controls here. 3D steak. 3D steak? Steak. Yeah. 3D steak. So this is the best I can do for you. Stick. It's gotta be stick. It's gotta be. Oh yeah. It's you're right. Stay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. That would mod. Okay. Gotta be. 3D steaks, guys. I'm telling you, this Japanese version's really different. Okay. They've got 3D steaks. They got A button. A button. We've got jump. 3D steaks. Nice. Textured. I like this little Z button. It almost looks like a pimple ad or something, or you know, like instructions on how to put a pimple cream on or something. This is the Z spot here. All right, gamers, we found the Z spot. Flip it upside down. All right, you know, you don't have to be in a hurry either. It's not a race. Yes, take your time with it. You know, when I would just say this: when you find the Z, everybody's gonna be happy. You're gonna learn how to do long jumps in this game. And Z targeting, very helpful, not in this game, but in a lot of Zelda games. So I'm just saying, you know, once you find that Z spot, don't forget it. Start button, good stuff. Okay, I think we know I mostly want to look at this for art, not so much to learn the moves. I was looking for the swimming stuff earlier. I was like, wasn't there some Mario 64 swimming art? And I found something with it, but not a whole lot of isolated stuff. You guys can see, okay, you can see my pointer, right? Good. All right, this is a little butt stomp. You know, when they lay it all out like this, it's kind of nice, isn't it? You sort of see what all this guy is capable of. I gotta admit, I think if you could, you know, come on. I mean, you could do the same thing for the NES and Super NES one, and they do have some really cute animations for all of that stuff, too. The butt smash, the butt stomp, the butt smash, the Z buttons, Z. Do Canadians say Z? I thought they were some Z folks. Some Z heads. Rhizome's making stuff up here, man. I'm just kidding. All right. We'll do a poll of all the Canadians in the chat. Z or Z? Super Mario 64. I love this. I've always loved this promo shot here. Yeah, DBC, right. Yeah, I had to get used to Zed going to Australia. That took a second. Zed's dead, baby. Ever since I left there, though, Zed's dead. It's all about Z. All right, here we go. I love Mario getting roasted here. He looks like he's about to eat it, isn't he? He's going off the side here. I can't believe that they would show that in the instruction manual, you know? Like, he's clearly going to lose his life in a second.
Bye, Felicia.
Alright. Tough. They go hard in the Japanese versions. They're going to tell you, you're going to watch this guy die over and over again. Here's the instruction manual. Why don't you look at Mario when he's at just absolute rock bottom? Oh, you guys can see this full screen. If I give you a chance. So full screen. That's a little more full screen. Cool stuff. I'll move on. What do you guys think about the stained glass Peach thing? So I feel like it's just so iconic. The first time you play the game, it stands out, and it's interesting because I feel like it just this game, kind of like what we were talking about with episode 1, being a kid, a Star Wars fan, and being excited for episode 1, and being a kid, and it all being part of it was just this. You take the Star Wars universe you already had, which felt so huge, of course, but then it was rapidly expanding with these new movies, and it was all these new characters and planets and da 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 da. Of course, I, as a kid who had grown up first playing the original Super Mario Brothers, I had a big sister, so I'm playing that game when I'm just 2 years old, and I played each Mario, you know, each mainline one up between then. And man, yeah, I was so ready for this. And I think it's interesting because I think for some people it's difficult to think of a pre-Mario 64. So, you know, just like so much of the iconography from this game and music, etc., would become core to what we think a Mario game is, and would be repeated, would be, you know, paid homage to. So much of the music, I don't know. It's all there, right? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, Rhizone. I had looked at the English version of this with you guys before, I believe. Maybe when we played this game a couple of years ago. We did the English version on like Nintendo Switch Online, and I'm honestly really excited to play it on 64. Yeah, no AI. You know, it's someone sitting down and being really good at Illustrator, you know, some Photoshop, etc. But yeah, I really like a lot of this early 3D concept art. This stuff from Donkey Kong too. What's up, Francisco? Welcome, buddy. Good to see you, man. Stained glass. Yeah, I don't know. I can't get enough of it. So cool. Yeah, he's got it. There's a couple of Mario, like, I'm not, okay, you know, we're not playing any more faces in this instruction manual. It really did, Rhizone, yeah. Well, you know, it would kind of branch Mario off into this, like, sort of Mario 3D, I suppose. Mario Mainline 3D. And then, yeah, the sort of, you know, new Super Mario stuff coming eventually, you know, 2D, those 2D lines. Similar to how Zelda has kind of been along those two unofficial lines as well for a while. And then maybe throw in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as another turn, you know? One more branch. All right, let's get into it. Oh, this is cool. You know, I forget about how you can fill the screen up with a bunch of versions, yeah, in the background or whatever. I like that it tells you this stuff too. Who did the casting, Francisco, or who? Or you're asking like who did the voice of Mario, or who was like the casting director? Whoever cast what's his name? Charles Martinet. You know, hey, home run, right? The role of a lifetime. Yeah, so there's, I think so I've seen this before, but I don't remember what's going on with it, and I can't really make heads or tails of what it's telling us here. B button, da-da-da. There is something you can do where you can fill up the screen with a bunch of Marios, like what it, like, do you see, looking down here at the bottom right? I've done it before accidentally. I don't know what triggers it, but it looks like hitting B and when you're on that home screen. We'll play around with that in just a bit. All right, we're church music starting over. Boop, 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 boop. Hey, thank you guys for hanging. I love this kind of stuff too. I really love playing the games, and I like getting in and just hanging out with you guys. Getting into that nostalgia space too. Fun stuff. All right. Yeah, here you got, like, hey, here's how an analog control stick works. I'll tell you this, we're gonna watch a video in just a little bit of a local news story on the release of the Nintendo 64. And I think many of us can remember, I mean, maybe even to this day, anyone who picks up a 64 controller for the first time. I know the thing, right, looks strange. Could be a tough sell, telling someone that this controller could actually feel good, Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks, Noom. Yeah. You know what? I had supposed to have a background here behind us now. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I've got my Sanskrit here. Yeah, I'll need to get that up for us at some point. Sorry. Yeah. Hopefully still at least mildly funny. Yeah. All right, here we go. That's what I shoot for. Mildly funny. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, man. We got Mario crawling here. Z moving the stick. Z, I mean, come on. You could just spend so much time out in the courtyard and in that first level. Bob on Battlefield. You know what I really want? Especially since I have some of these things, I don't have this instruction manual, but so you got to do a PDF sometimes, but I would love to get some kind of cheap, I don't know if cheap is thing here, but I'd like to get some other cam and do like an overhead view, because I have a couple of strategy guides and that'd be perfect for that if we had an overhead cam. Do top down, little top down Zelda action. And look at all this, showing the wall jumps, and I love this one in the bottom left. Boing. Upside down. This is great and all, but of course this is a game that you really got to have that controller in your hands, All right, just a little bit more of this, and then we'll maybe get to that video, and then kick the game off. It's a lot of moves. It honestly, I feel like a player should get in and try. Of course, you should try to read all those signs. He actually has a lot of moves. Like, no joke. I think if you didn't know any better, you could get in, play for a long time without knowing some of these things that could be considered like basic moves, Yeah, how often are you crawling? Time or two. You can use it easily with like getting past the like piranha, piranha plants and stuff. In some ways can be easier than like trying to tiptoe, especially if you've got a bunk control stick. Sweep the leg. When they go high, hit them with the leg sweep. Here we go. Charles Martinet, Mario voice. I like the interesting, like, still having this credits card here and then having the names written out so that we can read them too. That's always nice. It's always so interesting to me which aspects of these games, documents, you know, instruction booklets, etc., like what aspects of it do they translate and what do they leave? And it can be really surprising sometimes how much English can be in a game designed by a Japanese company for a Japanese audience. All right, well, I got one more thing for you. If you guys want to see a video, I want to have a little bit more ready. I want to talk hype about this, and I'd love to hear stories about how you guys found this game and if you remember any hype. But I wanted to, I think, you know, there's one video that kind of illustrates it for me. I've told the story many, many times, and I'll tell it again. You know what? Look, maybe I'll even tell it now. Shoot, let me get to a cool page here. This one is, I feel, kind of fundamental to, well, who I became as a person. Maybe in many ways, I don't know. You know, there can be times in your life where you feel as if you're at a crossroads, and I found myself in one of those crossroads sometime in 1996 at a Walmart in North Alabama. The Mario 64 had just launched, the 64 and all that had just launched, and this was my first time playing it, and I went up to, I think that there may have been someone before me, I don't know. Either way, I had a lot of stick time. I was able to get on, and there was no one behind me for a while, and my mind was just blown. It was absolutely blown. And I had been a huge Mario fan before that. I had read a little bit about Mario 64 and Nintendo Power, and I thought I knew, and that could not prepare me for what it felt like to actually get in and play this game. And it really just, like, I don't know, the word that's coming to me right now is delightful. That sounds corny, but like I can't think of anything else for like a little, just being a kid, having my neck turned all the way back, right, chin all the way up, so that I could see this screen that's like 10 feet up off the ground, maybe higher, I don't know, and I'm a little ass kid. It's a long way up. And I'm playing this game, and it just, I knew in that moment, like, it felt monumental, and it also was just so different from anything I had ever touched or conceived that a video game could be at that point. So, yeah. I think it can be tough for people who didn't grow up with this game or weren't around when it came out, or weren't, like, you know, a part of the conversation when it came out, because it is at times been the popular thing to use words like overrated, you know, and I think sometimes some of the criticism that this game gets can be warranted, and I think the best lens for that criticism, it has to be for that kind of criticism when you're comparing it to what we have today or some of the games that have come since then, you know. But it's understanding that time. That's why some of those games we have now are you know, more finessed, more like you know, you hear words like janky for Mario 64. People complain about the camera, etc., etc. But it's hard to really sell for people who didn't grow up with it how big of a monumental shift this game was at the time. And yeah, and here's the thing, if you ever think that the game is overrated, and again, you're not just comparing, like, you know, different eras or, you know, being more fair about it. If you just say, the game sucks, it's overrated, you have to understand that at that time, it didn't just blow the minds of some 10-year-old kid playing at a Walmart in Alabama. It sent shockwaves to the whole industry. And the people who make these games were blown away. Like, other devs, other publishers all had a holy shit moment. This is what we now need to strive for and try to beat. This has changed everything, you know, like the bar had been raised that much. So yeah, it's interesting to hear what you guys think. Let me, I'm ranting here and I'm not doing my job entirely, but let me take care of something real quick. Yeah, I'd love to hear how you guys came to it, and Yeah, you're welcome, Nick. You know, like, I totally get criticisms of the game or comparisons of like what we have with, yeah, I don't know, like, you know, later big main title Mario games and you know, comparisons like that. That's cool, right? I like that kind of stuff. But I really think some people, when they're talking about these retro games, they're not willing to remember that whatever lens you're putting on this, you got to put it in the context of the game and when it came out. And I don't know, man. It's, yeah. Noom says, I still remember that day. I was blown away when my rich friends got the first 64 within our group of friends. Nice. Hey, that paid off sometimes, you know. I didn't have a Super NES, but thankfully I had a couple friends that did, and yeah. And I do remember sometimes, like sometimes a friend or two that I had that I, you know, as you get a little bit older and you learn how like other families live and stuff, you're like, dude, I think they're pretty loaded. This kid's got a 64 and a PlayStation. You know, you must be rich. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ryzone said a TV commercial got my attention. Don't remember which one. Yeah. You know, there's that milk commercial, the Got Milk commercial that was done kind of, it's done to mimic Mario 64 or whatever, or kind of seemed like it's out of it, but yeah. I wonder, could it have been that one? Who knows? Well, let's watch this video. I've got a video here. This is just a cute little feature from '96, and yeah, this might take some of you guys back here. I love Nooms is saying huge yard against a private forest. Were there any horses? We were all lucky if we had a friend, you know, yeah, that had the land, had a horse. Right? I had one horse friend growing up. They had horses, and one time, the only time I ever got on that horse, and we were going out for a little, you know, trot, or not a trot. It sounds dangerous, but a little walk, you know, and I nearly walked the horse right into a barbed wire fence, or an electric fence rather. Yeah, I don't know, it's my first time out, and they had a couple acres. I don't know what I'm doing back there. Everything was okay. No electric fences were touched. Sorry, horse. I think I scared the horse though. That was sad. I'm gonna stop this story now, and I'm gonna roll the footage. Here we go. Do 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 do.
Game is going to be this holiday season. It's the new Nintendo 64. So what's the big deal, and why is Toys R Us already sold out? We have the answers.
Hi, you guys busy? Considering how popular Mario
What's the big deal?
See these three guys right here? Who are they? Okay, if you don't know who that one is or that one is, how about that one? Do you know who that one is?
Super Mario.
It comes as no
Hell
surprise
yeah.
that Nintendo's new video game featuring Mario.
Hey, he's
is
got
in
recognition,
major
right?
demand.
Facial recognition. She doesn't know, right? Who are those other two dweebs? Doesn't even matter for our purposes. This kid managed to find the one that matters.
New Nintendo 64.
I know
So
it's a
what's
little
the
out
big
of sync
deal,
at the
and why
beginning.
is
That's
Toys
just the
R Us already
video.
sold out? We have the answers.
The whole
Hi,
thing might
you
be
guys
out of
busy?
sync. I don't know.
Considering how popular Mario is. See these three guys right here? Who are they? Okay,
I didn't mean to stop it there.
Games gonna
Damn.
be this holiday season. It's
I
the
was
new
just gonna
Nintendo 64.
pause. Sir
So
Barnes
what's
said
the
I'm
big
voting for
deal, and
Mario.
why is Toys R Us already sold out?
Well,
we have the answers.
hi, you guys busy?
You-
Considering how
I would
popular
hope
Mario
that
is.
this
See these three
decision
guys
would
right
be.
here? Who are they?
Um,
Okay, if you don't know who that one is or that one is, how about that one? Do you know who that one is?
Super Mario.
It
I mean,
comes as no surprise
Can
that
you blame the
Nintendo's
kid
new
though?
video game
You know,
featuring
right now she
Mario
should be
is
thinking
in
a little
major
bit more
demand.
about like how to get to the next level in Super Mario
It's the new
64
leader of the video
versus
game pack,
you
featuring
know,
64-bit
how to solve the world's
technology that
problems.
produces amazing 3D animation, including zoom-in technology that might make you dizzy. Want a different angle? Just press a button. This Santa Monica Toys R Us store sold out in 15 minutes, but the store model is attracting Nintendo fans like crazy.
I ride the bus from school and I stop and then I walk and I play. I bought the 64.
I love these dudes. These two kids that he said he rides the bus from home from school, stops off so he can play on his way home. I want to somebody find these folks, interview them now, man. I want to see, you know, what kind of success these folks have found. Because I mean, hell yeah, dude. These
for a son for his 35th birthday.
So how different is it from the?
We'll wind that one back.
And then I walk and I play.
That one might be relevant for some of us.
Want a different angle? Just press a button. This Santa Monica Toys R Us store sold out in 15 minutes, but the store model is attracting Nintendo fans like crazy.
I ride the bus from school and I stop and then I walk and I play.
I bought the 64 system for a son for his 35th birthday.
So how
What a
different
mom.
is it from
Hell
the
yeah.
old Mario games? Well, take a look. There's really no comparison. They've even made the music, well, honestly, less annoying.
I got a 64 for Christmas, and it wasn't anywhere near my 35th, whatever, you know, rotation around the sun, and I was over the moon. I bet if I were that age and I were 35 and mom got me a 64, I'd probably think, oh, hell yeah, you know, right? Yeah. I'm taking mom's trash. You know, that might even be the step that gets me to, you know, take mom's trash out. You know, maybe even the recycling too, but I don't want to push it.
Just how easy is it to play Nintendo 64? After all, the controller looks like it could be used on some kind of military jet. Well, we took the system to a Nintendo expert, my son. It was his first time.
All right, so, right, the military jet comment, the controller looking like something belongs on a military jet, sure, you know? Or like a submarine too soon. Sir Martin said, back when I knew this was just not, yeah, exactly. It was just old at the time, not retro. It's good stuff. All right, here we go. Play. Oh, watch this, kid. And this is me. I think that this is the best. I wish that there'll never be footage of me having my mind blown looking at the 64. And I'm glad that there's not, honestly. But this substitute will have to do here. Watch this kid when mom tries to talk to him.
On some kind of military jet. Well, we took the system to a Nintendo expert.
Sorry, I'm going to stop it. It seems like it's
Game is going to be this holiday season. It's
Jim.
the audio was freaking out. All right, let me try that again.
How easy is it to play Nintendo 64? After all, the controller looks like it could be used on some kind of military jet.
Yeah, what is going on? What the hell? Sorry, guys, 1 second. Let me see what's going on. Do. Yeah, I don't know why it sounds like it's slowing down or something. Yeah. Oh, did I stop it too many times? What's the deal?
Game is going to be this holiday season. It's the new Nintendo 64. So what's the birthday?
It doesn't seem to like me.
So how different is it from the old Mario
There it is.
games? Well, take a look. There's really no comparison.
Sorry, I'm just going to leave it
They've
here.
even made the music,
We'll let it
well,
ride.
honestly, less annoying. But just how easy is it to play Nintendo 64? After all, the controller looks like it could be used on some kind of military jet. Well, we took the system to a Nintendo expert, my son. It was his first time. I knew immediately I'd lost him. I tried to reach him.
Hello? Hello? Do you want me to show you?
But it was impossible.
Go over to the left, see if he's over on the left. Want me to try it?
Nope.
The price tag, it's $199
No, Mom.
for the unit and $60 for each game. And
You're
so
not needed
far,
right
only
now,
2 games
please.
are available, but more titles are planned to be released in the months ahead.
Because it's really great. I'm going to bug my mom to get it.
Parents, you've been warned. Nintendo 64 is very likely to
This
produce year's
kid
biggest
trying to get
holiday
a,
headache.
it's blowing his mind. He just wants to get around these kids and see it, you know? He's like, oh my gosh.
I don't know how, but I'll get it.
There you go. Nintendo's got a hit on their hand. It looks like.
That dude was getting one. Last guy.
No,
Heck
he
yeah.
was so intense.
And now you have to be purchasing this.
He really wants it now.
Yes,
Yeah.
and you really
I
have
told
to
him they
find
don't
it.
have any. I said, see, the story says they're sold out.
He's like, well, what about this one though,
Yeah.
Mom? I'm enjoying
Sold out. Man, dang. Dude, it's crazy. I don't know. I just love how that kid, it's blowing his mind. He's in another world at that point. And one of the things I wanted to point out before we go any further, let me kick our music back on. I started to mention this earlier, but when you get this controller in your hands, you notice some of the kids were trying to do this, like, it really was strange. Like, it truly was the first time getting my hands on a control stick. Knowing what you're supposed to do, it didn't quite, it's different from actually getting in and doing it and experiencing it. And it truly was something to get used to. Thank God the game was just made as for Mario to play around from the very beginning, from the area they dropped you in at the very beginning of the game. Thank you. You know what? Flip the book one more time. Thank you. But yeah, anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that. That's all we'll do today, like hype-wise like that. But yeah. The thing I didn't mention though, I didn't finish the story about playing this game, just being so hung up. But yeah. I've told a tall tale or two on this channel, sometimes for the sake of humor. This one, 3000% true. It's something I couldn't make up even if I wanted to. But I was so engrossed in playing this game. And at the time, I had a little bit of a long leash. Whenever we go to a big store like this, I could go to the electronics section and chill, or go to the magazines, and I wouldn't get into trouble. I'd just be there, and Mom or Dad could come by and scoop me up at the end, and we're good. Well, Dad came by to get me, and I shrugged him off. Oh, I'm good. I'll be there in a second. I think he was going to go check out. He came back at least one other time. All right, I'm about to head out. I'll be there in a second. And I think my idea was I'll catch up to him. Like, he'll get out of the parking lot, he'll be there, and I'll catch up to him quickly. I really will just finish this thing. And then I just got absorbed in the game again. And he may have come one more time. I don't know. I wasn't paying any attention at that point. Just sucked into my own Bob-omb battlefield. A Bob-omb battlefield of my mind, having fused with this console that's 15 feet up in the air. My attention is there. Well, at a certain point, I don't know, maybe I lose a life, or another kid rolls up on the scene. It kind of breaks the illusion for half a second, and I realize, like, oh shit, I think I played longer than I meant to. And I start looking around for my dad. I go outside and I don't see his truck anywhere, and Dad had left me at Walmart. He was gone. Thankfully, he had just gone to a Hardee's that was nearby to get something to drink, and at a certain point, he came back pretty quickly, or after being in line or whatever, and came back around with the truck and was like in front of the glass doors. And at that point, I'm up at the front, like, I can't find my dad, and they're like trying to figure out if they need to go into lockdown or what needs to happen, and you know what? In that moment, that felt like a crossroads. Felt like a crossroads in my life, and I think in that moment I was willing to, I don't know, let Mario be my new dad. I think from that point forward, and I love my dad. I love the original Parvinator. That's how much this fucking game meant to me in that moment. And this is like the hero, I don't know, Luke Skywalker has just, like, in the course of, in the span of like a day or something, he's suddenly like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go with you, Obi-Wan. Sure, let's go fly across the galaxy. I think I was just ready to ride with Mario at that moment, and yeah. I am still glad I had a place. My dad did not actually abandon me in that moment, but I don't know if there was a lesson learned here other than I've left my family for Mario once and I'd do it again. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, I'd love to hear for you guys, how you came to this game again, and yeah, what gets you nostalgia-wise. And there's so many outlets to this game too. That's something worth thinking about too. How you came to this game. For me, playing it at a demo in 1996. Some other people, maybe Mario 64 creepypasta, or those glitch videos, etc., etc. Yeah, hey, I did learn, I think from that moment forward, I learned at the very least that if I want to ride, I need to listen, there's anyway, thanks for hearing it out, guys. I've told the story a million times, so I wanted to get it out one more time. Yeah. It was worth it. No regrets. Mario is my new dad. Sir Martin, thanks for coming in. Yep, saw your message come through. Just thought I'd type it up since I was, about to start crying, I guess, And it happens, man. The nostalgia zone. Well, I'm getting kind of hot and sweaty. We've been at it for a little while already. Maybe we should take a short break. Just a short one. And when we get back, we can play the game itself. Got the cart right here, so I can get that running. And in just a few minutes, we can start playing some Super Mario 64. More hype stuff for you next week. Let's do this again on Friday. I'll have a couple videos prepared for you. I wanted to talk a little bit about behind the scenes on this game, making of, that kind of stuff, Also, I'd like to do a little research into, just the hype for the Japanese release. I've been so Amero-centric, in my my understanding of this game. Some other games, not so much, I feel like with this one, I don't know a whole lot about it. Ryzone said, I never played the demo kiosk. We didn't have a place like that. At the time, we had one of the old Walmarts that didn't have grocery and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah, this one thankfully had an electronics section. I don't think it was a super Walmart at that point. And there was, I think at that point, there was starting to be that distinction, Yeah. I'm trying to figure out when I got my 64 as a kid. And because I've on this, I'm pretty sure I got it that first Christmas that it would have been available, 96. But I'm like, when did let me see when it launched in the USA. September 29th. You know what? I think I might have gotten it Christmas 96. It says September 29th is when it launched in the USA. I was really excited about it, and I had a subscription to Nintendo Power for a few months at that time, so, I've got Nintendo's official propaganda steering me. Christmas, it was like, don't do anything else that's not related to purchasing something for the 64 for me, please. It was, anything you do should be pulled towards helping me acquire a 64. And that was the Christmas that was the only time I ever snuck a peek at all the presents I had. I unwrapped some of them, or lifted up the corners and stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Wait, hold on a second though. When was the, I always do this. When was the Star Fox 64 launch? April 27th, 97. The plot thickens. Maybe it was 97 I got it. Things moved slow back then, and fast and slow. We've kind of talked about that recently. Like, a lot of people aren't getting a system at launch. I mean, shit, I knew so many people who got a fantastic 64 And I think now that I'm looking at this, I think I don't know, maybe it was my birthday or something. It was either birthday of 97 or Christmas. This matters to no one other than me, but sorry. Yeah. Funny thinking about coming to this game now, like via something like speedrunning or, you know, seems like that's where a lot of youngsters find it. 16 star. What a song. All right, let's get that break, guys. I'm gonna take a break, and maybe you should too. When we get back, why don't we play one of the best games of all time? At the very least, a game that left one of the biggest marks that a game could ever make. BRB. Hello, game aficionados, and welcome. How are you guys? Happy Friday. Thanks for joining me. Welcome, Captain Nemo. This is not only a menu screen stream, this is the premier menu screen stream. People come here to see all the best menu or attract screens. We had this discussion recently. What do you call that? Title screen, intro screen, right? But yeah, this is where you come for all the best stuff. The Ocarina of Times, the Majora's Masks, the Mario 64s, Donkey Kong Country 2. You know? It's crazy. Yeah, thanks for joining me. Some things are out of order. That needs to go to the top. Dude, what? What the hell? What just happened? Move to the top. I don't know how to run a show, guys. I'm sorry. I've never done this before. This is my first stream ever. Welcome. Ryzone, hopefully the stream has the correct title, because I've been struggling with that recently thanks to the program I use to split it off to YouTube and Twitch. Sometimes it gives me a little bit of trouble. I think the Nintendo 64 has always looked really cool. Also, apparently they're pretty sturdy too. Like I've read from folks that repair a lot of systems that I guess they have a pretty good reputation for you being able to, you know, beat the hell out of them. And, you know, typically they're not that hard to get working again, or, you know, keep on kicking. I mean, man, I totaled my Wii, and I tried to be as delicate as I possibly could be. Yeah, in that moment, Mario became my new father. I was content with that, you know? Sorry, Dad, I'm not leaving Walmart with you. It's me and Mario 64 from now on. It's the dawn of a new day. Absolutely. Well, I'm so glad that the intrigue is what had you clicking. That's great. Damn. All right. That's a good notification right there, baby. You guys want to play this game? Should we jump in? Welcome. How you doing, Captain Nemo? I hope I didn't run you off already. Too long of a BRB. Gets them every time. Gets them every time. I'm gonna kick back. That's okay. Been a stressful week. Oh wait, let's linger on that for a bit.
Okie dokie. It's me, Mario. Hello.
Again, we're playing this version that came out in '97 and beyond, the Rumble Pack version of this game. That's what it's telling us down at the bottom right. I see Paku. And then it's a bunch of kanji that I can't read, but yeah, I'm sure it's Japanese for something along the lines of Rumble Pack or yeah, hey, well there it is. So when it does this, I guess pressing B, I don't think I pressed anything to get us here. I just waited. Pressing B right now has us zooming in and out on his face. What else? Wow. So I might get over to the cutting room floor, see if I don't know. I think that this could be done in all versions. Ding 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 ding. I don't know or remember this. I do remember seeing him take up the whole screen at some point, but who knows? I could have been playing it. I downloaded it for like Wii Virtual Console. I have it for the Switch as well, you know. Le Fancy, yes! In 1 second, I'll make him, well, I love the mustache here. There's one thing I'm missing from my usual. I always like to give him some shades. Whoops. There it is. Boom. And then you can play with the lip a little bit, give him a little, you know, give him a little Alabama. All right. I remember me and a buddy cracking up, staying up late, and having something like this as our Mario. His ears were a little more like straight out from his head, you know. I know by rotating you can kind of like move it in different spots. It's a really funny concept, isn't it? Also, just a really I don't know, just a funny showpiece. Why isn't it holding? Didn't mean to do that. Oh, I think I just forgot that R is the hold button. Okay. I've been holding everything for too long. Thanks for hanging, guys. What a great game. And that's it for our stream today, guys. Well, there's an, you know, so, okay, I just read this, Rhizone, but this part here, the playing with his face, was done by, like, this other programmer. I'm trying to remember who it was. And there was something interesting about them. I want to say they were one of, like, a few non-Japanese folks that was, like, really in at Nintendo, really got hired on and was implemented into some really core Nintendo stuff. I think, if I'm remember, they could be combining this with something else. But yeah, there is a cool story behind that, and it was kind of tacked on, I think. And was not done by the rest of the team, at the very least. I can't quite remember it, what the story is. Something along those lines. Hopefully that's the one I'm thinking of. But like I said, might be thinking of a few stuff together. This is cool. Yeah, I like the... Alright, what do I do to... Obviously, I know I can press start. Okay, so Z. Z button. Yeah. Remember, mind the Z button. There's a lot of slow learners, but we found the Z spot earlier. Look at the magic. Oh, you know what? I think I can... No, the picture looks fine. No, it doesn't. Hold on 1 second. I think it's off a bit to the side. Let me see what's up. Oh, that's too zoomed in. Oh, dear me. We'll get it rolling in just a second, guys. Thanks for chilling. Is that doable? Let's see. It's a little. Let's see. Let me do this. Put it that way. Give me just 1 second. Sorry, guys. You know, it's set up, but let's see. Maybe I'm better having it on where we had it before.
To play.
All right, that's looking a little better. I think we can roll with that. Yeah. I think that's good. I think that's solid now. That is about right. Yeah. Well, I do apologize. I couldn't get OBS open last night, and I was kind of freaking out about this because I was like, I'm not going to be able to stream on Friday. And, yeah. That looks okay. Oh, it looks okie dokie. We're going to have to delete one of these. I think I did this one just to play around. But yeah, this, so this Japanese cart had some work put in on it, but it did not have a 120 star file. Interestingly enough. So yeah, we're gonna have to make one of our own. Stereo over here. Let's see, let's delete one. Mario A, yeah. Yeah, Mario A, Mario B, Mario C, Mario D. Honto? Really? Goodbye, Mario. You know what? I want to respect the Japanese gamers who played this before me, I'm gonna delete their save files, but I'm gonna do so, you know, with the utmost respect, because who knows where these folks are today? Man, maybe they grew up with this game like I did. Let's delete a file. We're taking them all out. The kid's name's Nobu. Picked the game up in '97. He was so stoked. This version worked with a rumble pack. He had tried to explain to his mom, you know, all this, oh, it's a rumble pack. Well, it will help me get it more into the game. And da, da, da. He really had to sell it. And she finally broke and got it for him. What she didn't tell him was that it was actually more because he just aced his year-end finals. So the kid got a treat. Didn't know that it would turn into a lifelong addiction to video games. And then spiral into an even worse addiction into gacha games. Sadly, Nobu is no longer with us. But I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the times he had with this game when everything was right. When he was still a kid and the world was open. And he had 120 stars to find. It looks like he never accomplished that. We just deleted his legacy. Sorry, Nobu. But you never got to your 120 stars, but we're going to do that for you, kid. This one goes out to Nobu. Alright. Let's play the game.
Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
This one's for Nobu. Crank that. Such a good intro. I love that they make it so cinematic. I even, as a kid, I really liked the concept of Lucky 2 as being the camera person. It's so funny, man. This and hey, like we're watching the feed. They tell you right at the beginning. I don't know why people are surprised about this sometimes. It tells you that you don't ever read, but granted, I can't read this very well, but so I think for a lot of kids, if you're playing the mainline games, this is the first time that they'd officially, in North America, you're seeing Peach listed there. And I remember seeing in some, like maybe in Nintendo Power, they talked about at points how she was known as Peach in Japan and not, just Princess Toadstool as we knew her. And I do remember being a little Like, I think I had heard that, but only somewhat recently. Maybe even in the hype to Mario 64, you know. Maybe even in the hype that I was... Oh, hey, a butterfly. How are you, Fireball? Welcome. I know you've been in for a bit. I just... I think I was mid nostalgic rant. Oh, man. Hey, hitch a ride on that cloud, you know? Absolutely. We've seen it done in other games. Thought she made a peach cake. Peach! Like, oh, the flavor right at the end. Yeah. That's like a detail she adds, right? Like, that's the... And if you weren't coming already, peach, you know? Your favorite. Pecan. Yeah, that's... like I said, it was either just before I'm playing the game or right around that time, I think, that I'm seeing something from Nintendo saying, you know, that, yeah, in Japan she's been known as Peach. There's going to be a standardization of that now, you know. How often would you even hear that? So in that intro, though, she uses the phrase, she does use the title Princess Toadstool in the, you know, how would she continue to use that title in later games as well? So you start out in this open area and it just, you know, a perfect tutorial. You do have a sign or two around, and the area is from the beginning, even though you're just learning things, chances are, remember, if you're playing this, you're probably like, oh shit, you're probably like stuck in this view for a little bit, like, oh, how do I get out of that? You know, it was a lot. And when we looked at that instruction booklet, I think that was sort of driven home for me. Rhizone, you called it out too. Like, no joke, there's truly a lot of moves that Mario can do. And when you add in that many people are using, well, if you're playing it at the time, you're likely using an analog stick for the first time in this kind of huge 3D environment. Anything other than like a big arcade joystick, and that wasn't taking you around Peach's castle, you know? Konnichiwa. Bakuta sa Bakuta cha chaka Meraman Meraman no. Okay, that's all I'm gonna do. Get out of here. Thanks, Lucky, too. He's gonna keep us posted on the progress. Welcome to the NHK. Game is looking okay, right? We got a little sketchy. I could lose like the top. Let me see what I can do. Oh, earthquake in the game. Slow move so that stops. I'm trying to adjust a window right now. That's no good. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll get those stuff those at the very tops, glitching out a bit. There's some really cool features out there, Rhizone. Honest. There's your first. All right, so this is your first inkling, right? Other than maybe not getting an official greeting outside, that something is wrong. Well, actually, I guess, you know, Lucky 2. I don't remember all the Lucky 2 text, but maybe he. Is there something there that tells Mario that, you know, Everything is not. I mean, he's getting a camera put in his face. You know, it doesn't seem like just a normal trip. Oh yeah, them being the same thing, just like pitched differently. So there are some pretty sweet features. You've got this lake over here, and this is your first opportunity to learn something that baffles a lot of people to this day if they aren't used to this. But that you could have your power here. You could jump in hurt and have that power fixed by just coming up for air. There aren't separate meters. Great place too. I used to love just coming out here, going to the trees, trying to go from tree to tree. Whoa! Oops, I've lost my windows. What is going on? I'm flying blind. Sorry, guys. There it is. My bad. Some stuff dropped. Yeah, absolutely, Fireball. The tree-to-tree challenge. Oh, love it, Rizo. Yeah. Just the tree challenge. Totally. Can it be done? Ba-da-da-da. That one's gonna be too far, huh? Way over here. People complain about the camera, but it's like, it's still, the game is still so doable. Yeah, like, yeah, you get screwed sometimes by the camera, but at a certain point, it's like, you do get better at manipulating the camera. There will still be times that it gets you, and there are some of the times where it gets you is really when the player needs to chill on moving the camera. And they're trying to, it's in one of those forced perspective, forced angle, moments. There's a few of those in this game. And there's truly moments where it's like, oh dang, that sucks. Like, you know, yeah, I might have been able to do that had I been able to see better. But it's just it's built into the, you know, it's into the game, and it's in the game. Get in or get out. All right. Just like the commercial. Do-do-do-do. Really, Rhizone? That kind of stuff makes me laugh. And it's becoming too common, honestly, with people like playing non-original versions of games and complaining about things without necessarily considering that, you know, they are playing some like definitive version of it. And I love a good ROM hack and stuff, but I think a lot of games, some of those can just go too far, and maybe you're better off just playing some kind of like original version if you have access to it, or, you know. Totally. Hey, look, we all know whose side Lucky 2 is on, right? Come on. He's friendly to Mario, but in that way of like, hey, I'm gonna film you. I'm looking forward. There's the unstated, I'm looking forward to you falling down a bottomless pit. You know, you can tell that that's kind of like underneath everything, every interaction between Mario and Lucky 2. Even if it isn't said. We're looking forward to broadcasting you dying over and over again. No music at this point. Why? Are we too far away? Because we're up a little bit? Like he's a hate watcher. Sensationalist news. They're looking... If it bleeds, it leads. So they're hoping Mario will, you know, just get eaten by a chain chomp or something, right? Makes for great TV. Is the camera going out of its... Is it zooming out of the way or something when I'm doing this top C here? Does it always do that? Does it always get that quiet when you go? It does get significantly quieter everywhere, I guess. Yeah, you can get some fun cinematic stuff there, Rhizone, doing that. I forget about this. Okay, nice. Oh, the dog is supposed to be a different sound in the Japanese version. Let's see what's up. Gonna pay attention to that. Hack after hack, just torturing himself. You know what? It's the same. However, this is not the original Japanese version of this game. Remember, this is the 1997 re-release. That they fixed a few things. Well, they fixed a couple glitches, like being able to do the backwards long jump, you know. Most wouldn't consider a glitch, obviously. Or, well, I guess it's a glitch. You still consider it a glitch, but a very fun one that's maybe necessary if you're trying to beat the game really fast. Not our mission today. I ran into that I mean, it still held together, but when we played Pokemon Crystal 251, one of the things that I tried to, like, you know, we would sometimes get like a glitch screen or something, but I always tried to remind everyone, like, I would like to say that, well, first off, it actually never crashed the game like that. Second, I always wanted to mention this isn't just Pokemon Crystal 251. We put, like, I had like put a couple other patches on top of it to get like the 24-hour clock, or, you know, to be able to like change the clock upon, you know, starting it at each time. And there was something else too. And, you know, so it was like a few things kind of put together. Oh, well, like original ROM plus like clock plus 251, you know. So it's like I think there may have even been something else, but I can't remember. We'll just go fight the king. Still feels good. Movement just feels really good in this game. I really think that, like, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. And, you know, and it makes me think about how the system was delayed and the title was like, you know, they're worried about it not coming together and stuff, and I don't know. Ichigo, welcome, buddy. Oh yeah, man, playing one of the goats. Mario 64. It is Fireball. It's risky business. And then, you know, we were kind of talking about how some people will only do that kind of thing. And then speak of the game just without really mentioning that with all their criticisms, positive or negative, you know, like, you gotta kind of... Can't take it out on the vanilla game if you're stacking those patches. I've stacked some, you know, that's the thing, right? It's a, you know, sometimes it blows up in your face. All right, I'm blaming it on the control stick. We're skipping the warp too. I just gotta pretend like I don't know what I'm doing. It's my first playthrough of Mario 64. Man, this game is glitchy as hell. What is going on? Let's see. I want to use the word I want to use the phrase liminal spaces. Maybe I can talk about glitchy or janky. Maybe janky is the word. Disturbing. Blam, 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 blam. The hill. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh, right. Oh, that's funny. Did you mean Miyamoto, Ichigo? Was this the story about him watching his kid play or something? Yeah, no worries. That's funny, man. That's hilarious. I like that this guy was just hanging out peacefully. Well, maybe not. He is shooting bubbles. Cannon seems to be on auto fire, so... Do 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 do. Be-ra-boo. Wow. Do 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 be-ba-boo. Stacking the patches. Man, they call me Patch Adams. Do 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 do. 24-hour clock plus Pokemon Crystal 251. Oh, this one, the sweep. I think it was the leg sweep, maybe, that, yeah, Ryzen was talking about earlier, right? With the Z and B, maybe? Yeah, I was thinking of a different move. Hit him with the sweep. That'd make a good sample, just having a whoo in your song. It's funny because he wasn't moving each time I did it, or each time he made the sound. You wouldn't see the full. The system is down. The system is down. The system is down. The system is down. All right. I love Miyamoto going up the hill over and over again, or his kid, and him just being, just face palming back there, you know. This is my son. Jeez. That's I think one of my, I love that I am looped into, hey, what's up, Tater? Welcome, buddy. I love that I am looped into, the algorithm knows that I want to see every juicy tidbit that comes out about Miyamoto in these interviews and stuff. And, you know, it'll get picked up by like every game media outlet. Every time a new interview is translated or something new is said about him, like kind of coming in and being like, I don't know, maybe you guys should start this over, or, you know, it's just so funny. I want to share each and every one of them that I see. I've been holding back. There's been so many. I feel like it's like, everybody's feeling like they can tell all now, you know? Jeez, does this kid have any brains? Oh, man. Tough, you know? He's watching him go up the wrong way, you know? Miyamoto's just looking at his kid. Baka. There's some, it starts with just a, so he's trying to be patient, but the third, like maybe the fourth time the kid goes for the hill, there's a, you know, and there's just a bit of a simmering hatred boiling up right now. And also, I wonder if at any point is he doubting himself or the game, or is it just that this kid is a dumbass? Is it just that my child is a dud, or do we need to go and redo this game because kids aren't? It's not intuitive and. Was there ever that feeling, or was it just, no, my kids can't hang, you know, this is a young Miyamoto problem. Shame upon our family. Mario would make a great cheerleader. I'd love to get him. I'd love to get him here in the Gaming Lifestyle Lounge. Miyamoto, of course, brother. You know you have an open invitation to come and sit down and talk with us. Do whatever you want. Take over the show. You know. I think it was when they were maybe doing, you know, around the time of them doing actual testing for Mario 64 itself, Fireball. So I know I'm not the only one who probably came here and thought this is what you had to do to take him out, even though it tells you to throw him down on his own turf. But doesn't he rule all of this? You also can get some really great views if you throw them off the side sometimes. Love to get one of those great views right now. Be funny if he just started sliding down the hill, you know. I want to send him the other way. I think maybe I'm going to take him for a walk. Jump, Mario. This guy's got a big ass. I also love that it's just those like 2D sprites. Those are his arms, like yeah, 2 orbs, or like a single orb is the connector. This is stupid. Stupid as hell. Throw this guy. I love that we get this view so far out. Taking my time. Maybe some Tekken, who knows? Toss that mug. No, that's not the way I meant to do it, but that's okay. Enough playing around, I suppose. I like how he jumped back there. Alright, let's take him out. We'll toss him down 3 times. A little practice for Bowser. You can see the whole stage, huh? Yeah. You know what? That was pretty cool. Let me lift you up one more time, buddy. Oh, now you're faster, huh? Oh my god. A well-rounded character. Life's a stage. And everybody's a star, you know? Everyone's a winner. Alright. Let's pound him. Throwing him on the turf. Does that count as 2 or number 1? I like how Mario gets like the poly count goes down if you see him from further out. I remember noticing that, I think, one time on stream. I hadn't seen it in a while. But it's funny, I can't really get to that quite zoomed out spot we were at last time. That's funny. I have to go back to that. Dude, let's just knock him out. It's kind of cool seeing the stage, but we got 120 stars to get. We're getting them all tonight, baby. Strap in. Yeah, I think a lot of people would probably try that first, tossing him off the edge.
Here we go!
High score. Almost looks like one word here. High score. Do 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 do. Been playing Wind Waker lately, and we just got the sale for the King of Red Lions. And you know, you head over to Dragon Roost Island after that, and I had a good old time. I put that sail on, and I did some exploring in between those two areas, and it had been so long since I played that game. I love that chime there. It's so cool. There's been a couple of times in my adult life where playing this game and lingering a little bit in front of one of these paintings, hearing this music, has just like, you know, had given me kind of one of the more of a feeling than necessarily specific memories, but just blasting me straight back to the past and like, you know, kind of being filled with that unspecific feeling of an overwhelming nostalgia, and it just, you know. I just love the paintings too, the mountains and clouds. It's like such a cool little touch. Something that you would recognize from previous games. So funny the ways people figured out how to get around those restrictions with number of stars and stuff, man. It's fascinating. Thank you guys for hanging. Hopefully this isn't too much. It hits, and it can hit in many different ways. Fireball, yeah. You know, it's I'm gonna crank this back down a bit, but yeah. The old ant, sometimes it hits hard. And with a clang. Ding. We'll go back to Bob-omb. I just remember spending a lot of time kind of running around the hall here. I also, early on, I remember just thinking, my God, this is so fun to just explore. You got signs here to read. Early on, I'm doing things like running up to the painting and noticing, oh, it's like starting to ripple there. And then you just start playing around, you know, can I barely get in? Can I just clip the corner and get in? Can I do a backflip and get in? You know, and I just, early on, I feel this game lends itself to making you just feel like, you know, you just, I don't know. You know what I mean? You want to get in and move Mario around and try fun stuff. And I think knowing that this was going to be such a big monumental shift for full 3D, kind of a full 3D gaming for a lot of folks, they knew they needed to also just make it hella fun to not even follow any mission objectives, but to just run around the game. We're good. Pick yourself up, Mario. Dust yourself off. Can you use the shortcut against this guy here? I can't remember. I can't remember if they call that cheating or not. Whoa! Beep, 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 beep. If there's ever anything in life you need to get done kind of quickly but efficiently, put this song on in the background. Get to it. Get to hopping. Dance. Let yourself dance for the first 30 or whatever, you know? Hiya, hiya, hiya. All right, we got a star. Number 2. Number 2 power star. I did it. Can you believe it? I always love the sound of coming out of the painting. Isn't it so cool? You know, a part of me thought that it was. I think in some places the warp does disqualify you. There's a race with him somewhere else, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? I never played Mario 64 DS, and some people say I'm missing out. I wouldn't know. Yeah, that was a tangent there. I know we're not talking about the DS version, but
Let's go.
I don't know which star is which. Maybe this one was the one for what's his name here? King Chomp. Don't eat me, Chain Chomp. You're gonna eat me. What are you doing, Mario? You're gonna get yourself killed, buddy. I should play around doing that little bomb trick or whatever, letting the bomb push you in. I wonder, although that might have been fixed in this game. I don't know. Some stuff is.
Here we go.
Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. How's our volume now? Looking okay. Freedom. Freedom isn't free. He gets onto you for it, but there's a narrow place you can wall jump up, and going with the warp after that is fine. That's funny. Yeah, I thought I remembered something about it. Him getting onto you. You know, again, I don't know. We need to dive into some version differences next week. We should do that. I guess I could always get something like the 8 red coins, or, you know. Oh man, sorry, noob. Yeah, have some fun, man. Yeah, sorry you're feeling frustrated, but yeah, sorry that you didn't get that quality time yet, and yeah, no, that can be tough. Yeah, no worries, man. Well, you know, it's maybe we still get a little bit of that going over there and playing Yahtzee, and I know it's tough. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I live away from my family too, so it's a lot of pressure anytime I'm visiting them or they're out visiting us. There's pressure on everybody, you know. And then you add in traveling and stuff, and it can, you know, it's just it's hard to get everybody on the same page. So I feel for you, man. Yeah, sorry.
Let's go.
Do 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 do. One of these has got to be whatever, getting up to the sky, whatever it was. Well, we have access to the cannons now, so sweet. Beep 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 beep. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Yeah, thanks for hanging, man. Yeah. Well, yeah, hopefully it eases the frustration a little bit. But yeah, either way, thanks for coming in and hanging out for a bit. Hope you have a good night and a good weekend, man. Looking forward to catching a little more Zelda on your stream sometime. Take care, buddy. Boom. Boom indeed. Yes. I guess we'll, go to the cannon on this one. So don't you have to hit one of these cannons like the one that's elevated up over here, or I think you can use one of these that's down here. You just got a little bit of a harder shot. I can't remember. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. Trying to dial in the volume. Been kind of hard today. Get away from me. How did I not take damage from that? Fire straight into the sun. The island's on the other side, huh? What am I doing? Sorry, Mario. We only get one brain. You know what? Maybe I'm usually... Okay, I think you can use this one and just hit that tree. There's a way you can get... I think you can shoot yourself up there from the ground, too. It's just a bit of a crazier shot. We overshot that one a little bit, didn't we? Oops. Well, we get a chance to try. Like, I think you can hit that tree. Yeah. Oh, wow. I'm really... Yeah, okay. Well, I'm really overshooting. Let's try that again. Do the one that's over here. Time for some cannon action. Rumble, rumble. Sometimes you get the camera in a spot where it just gets the wiggles, huh? Nothing against the wiggles. I always love the Mario and Bowser cutouts that come, you know, whenever you pass a level or fail, perish. Hey, I'm gonna get another break in. Maybe you guys should get one too. Thanks for hanging. We've been at it for about 2 hours now. And yeah, I'm enjoying myself. This is fun. Happy Friday. Thank you guys for hanging. Let's do this. Go back out to the intro, shall we? This time with a little water theme.
Parvinator.
What a song. I'm gonna let the song do the talking. I'll take a break, guys. I'll see you in just a bit. BRB.
It's me, Mario.
Hello. Hey guys, what's up? Happy Friday. It's good to see you. Welcome. We're playing one of my faves. Game that was, you know, pivotal to my formation as a human being, I like to think. Good stuff. I just love when the percussion comes in there. Nice. No, thanks, buddy. Yeah. It sounds good, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks, man. Thank you. You're helping to make it an epic stream. Absolutely. Take care, buddy. It is. This version I pulled, sadly, it comes out of that percussion a little early, but I'm like, maybe the game did that too. I know it's an issue with looping, and yeah, it's funny because the soundtrack I've read, you know, is not a lot of what you hear, a lot of the stuff posted as the soundtrack and the one that was released on CD. There are some differences between that and like what you would hear in the game. So yeah, I do love that little extra groove they get into. Speaking of getting into it, let's get into it ourselves. That's when I pull out the drum set, start hitting the hi-hats, you know. There's he up on the, you know, there's some he's up on the ride for part of that song, and it's like it's a mood shift when you get to that, you know. Cymbals will do that. God bless cymbals and drums and percussion, anything that anything that makes vibration. Let's get into the game. There's a lot of musicians that hang out around here. That's cool. I like that. I can hopefully try to steal a little of your clout, you know, as a could have been, as I should have stayed with it. I don't know. I still enjoy music in a lot of ways. Yeah. I do wonder if I had stuck with it, you know, because I pretty much stopped playing at a certain point in my 20s. And oh well. That's the thing about it. You don't have to do it for a living to still really enjoy it. All right, we're back in this. I don't know what, maybe this is... Actually, I didn't see it. This could be the 8 red coins. I didn't really look at the title. Let's do it. Suppose we'll get the 100 coins too. We don't have to play for speed or anything, so don't have to worry about efficiency. I don't know a lot of I don't know the execution of a lot of speedrun tricks. Sadly, with this version too, yeah, I won't be able to practice the BLJ, but there's a couple other things too that got patched, and I'm not sure. Fixed it up. Ouch. No getting away from the giant bubbles. Come here, buddy. I'll go surfing. Surfing Koopa shell. Uphill, downhill, all around. Yeah, I'd like a, I'm gonna get a 6-inch BLJ on Italian, please. Oh, can we do double cheese? Double meat. And with the mayo, you just start. You just start going, buddy. I'll tell you when. You don't stop till I say when. That's a bacon, lettuce, and juice. For all that mayo you're about to pour on there for me. That's a BLJ. Excuse me. A jelly. I like bacon, mayonnaise, and jelly. Yeah. Wait, I'm changing letters up. Where am I getting these extra? And throwing toppings in that don't belong. You're right. You know, the jelly, it may have to, you need jelly, jam, something, because otherwise this is quite a dry sandwich here. Yeah, what was he into? What was it, peanut butter and bacon? Wasn't that his jam? Oh, I forgot what we're doing. We're getting the coins. Peanut butter. I like a PB&B myself, yeah. Sometimes include a bacon and or jelly, yeah. I'm about to be Miyamoto's kid going up the hill. I can do it, Dad. This is all the kid had to do to win his father's affection. Oh my God, this is... I thought it would catch. I didn't know that I could actually crawl. This is a great view, too. Alright, I'm not blaming the camera on that. That's my own damn fault. I think in honor of Miyamoto's kid, we're gonna go get that coin this way. Prove it can be done. I love that stuff too, Ryzone. And yeah, I was watching something recently again about Satoshi Tajiri and like or Tajiri I forget the order there. Also depends on where you're from, I guess, but he yeah, you know, behind Pokemon, and yeah, I really enjoy how both of them found ways to incorporate those kind of fundamental experiences. You really can crawl all the way up, huh? My God. Well, I'm just gonna let her slide now. We're not going all the way up. I got the coin. You know, if they're gonna let you crawl up that, I gotta say, no excuse. No, I'm just saying I can understand how Miyamoto could be, you know, questioning his child's intelligence. Let's be honest, like, granted, I've put in many more hours than his child had at that point, I'm sure. I think he was demoing a game that might not have even been done. So, always benefit of a doubt, but... We're stomping them all. I'm really just running around having fun. My objective, I think, was to get the 8 red coins, so... Grab the box. Throw the box. I love how far they slide, too. Blow it up. Hey, where'd that coin go? Jeez Louise. My boxy... This is fun. Sandbox Mario. Absolutely, right, so. Mamma mia. I got coins in my eyes like Wario or something when I saw that. No! It just goes straight through the bars. I remember, yeah, just thinking that the level design also just seemed so crazy, and it felt so impressively big because it sometimes, you know, it would take you a little while to, especially again if those early times you're, oh shit, I've hit a button here and I'm really zoomed in, or you know, how do I, you know, it would be very easy to, especially when you're playing or trying to figure out how to hold this control stick, you know, very easy to do some yeah, I couldn't recreate it, you know. There's it like got stuck up there, or sort of I was hitting the corner there. Let's see. Alright, now this is pod racing. Here we go. It did, yeah. I'm gonna see what I can do. Ah! The bob-omb is like, excuse, sir, please. Sir. Still moving. I'm gonna try to get a little, like, momentum, maybe. There's nothing there, folks. No Mew under the truck. Let's read the sign. And then the box starts sliding again. It continues its slide. This is so funny. There it is. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. It's been a fun one. Love this game. Yeah, there are some really funny sounds. All the boings. I like the music for the 1-up generation. I mean, so many of the sounds are so cool. I also really, you know, it's funny how many people get hung up on even something like, you know, the intro coming out to that page where you select a file or, you know, can view the records and stuff. That music is so, you know, I don't know, it's so interesting to think of this as being the debut of the system, you know, and it, I don't know, it just really felt like it lived up to that hype. Oh, it'd be a lot easier to get 100 coins. Yeah. If we had, I guess if we had the, cap, huh? No cap. Okay. For a second, I wondered if I had become one with the bob-omb battlefield. We have fused together. About to die here. Might have a better chance of getting 100 coins with the, being able to fly around, I guess, huh? A whole bunch of coins up in the sky. Maybe I should do one of the other levels. After so much time spent in this one. Beep, bop, 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 bop. I'm gonna do that, actually. Forget about it. Can you go back to the world? Only if... Oh, here. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you have to, like, be still. Okay. Go to... Exit course. All right, we haven't been anywhere else, so let's get to exploring. I think at this point, it's funny, I remember playing this game for the first time, and I specifically remember a little bit of Baba on Battlefield. You know, the file that I'm on, I'm getting in at the demo at Walmart, and the file that I'm on, I don't think they had enough stars to get out of this area here. Bowser had not been defeated yet, and I do remember there being access to this, of course being access to like a Peach's Slide or whatever that area is. I did that one a couple times, thought it was really fun. Yeah. I had already read about there being a shortcut and was trying that shortcut. And then that day that I'm playing, the first time, you know, if I'm trying to think about what else was there, I remember this level being there, but I didn't play a whole lot of it. Hard to remember. The most memorable part of that experience, I have to say, would be running around Peach's Castle, number 1, and then number 2, yeah, realizing that my dad had left. He'd had a lot of patience. He really did. I had several chances and I did not listen, and thankfully he just drove off for like 5 minutes to get a drink, to get a soda from Hardee's. Lesson learned to listen to him when he says it's time to go, and also lesson learned that Mario 64 is going to change my life and is awesome and is... Hello. Mario, just always so nice, you know? Mario's like, I can calm it down. I can calm it down. See? Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 it's okay. It's okay. We already have 50 coins in this level. My God, man. Part of that sounds like they're rickrolling us. Mario, I'm looking for my gum. By the time I find it, you better be asleep, buddy. Oh, he's getting tired. All right. What's the opposite of video game trauma? Yeah, you're usually hearing it after a couple seconds. Go back into it, you know. Totally. It's a fun soundtrack to listen to. It's a really fun one to just
I'm tired.
have on top to bottom. Well, that's nice. That'll kill the momentum of a stream, right? All right, everybody, let's take a nap right now. You know, it's been a tough week for everyone. Second stage of sleep. Oh, right, Rhizome. Oh, yeah. Funny how there's a couple of patient rewards, you know, in a few Zelda things. Now that I think about it, you know, I'm thinking about like ending of Ocarina, doesn't it? Like it gets into some of the like Scarecrow's or starts like playing some of the songs. I think Scarecrow's song plays, and Majora's Mask has something like that too, I believe. Cutting off the circulation. I had to grab a hat in a second. We'll see. This is nice with the butterflies and everything.
Ah, spaghetti. Ah, ravioli. Ah, mamma mia.
Ah, spaghetti. Say goodbye. Sorry, I keep hitting the microphone. But which one's which, Rhizome? If Mario's got skills. Who's in the real danger here? Probably Mario, because controlling him is me right now. That's...
Ah, mamma mia.
He doesn't stand a chance. All right, let's get up out of here, shall we? I enjoyed that.
Nighty-nighty. Ah, spaghetti. Ah, ravioli. Ah, mamma mia.
That's nice. I like that. What a guy. All right, I think it needs to be about to get really loud when we come out of this, I think. Let's see. Turn it down. Sad. Sad that we had to do that. Do everything over here. Dude. Beat up, boop. Totally Rhizome. Yeah. I'm curious for you guys if there's a point in the game that doesn't, that, you know, I guess if you really had to put on your kind of critical hat here, you know, are there any parts of the game that you think, whoopsie, be careful, don't hit as well as other parts of the game? Any misses for you, you know? For me, I think playing the game, when I try to think of critiques, you know, for me, it's not stuff like controls. I think, honestly, it's really aged pretty well. With a little practice, you can make Mario do some really fun stuff that just makes every level feel like a fun sandbox. And when you're hopping around trying to go fast, it's such a fun game. There's so many little touches, Rhizome. Yeah. Well, it's world building. It feels fully realized. I feel even if I know that as it's gotten older, it can feel sparse and, oops, you know, it can feel like there's not much there. Okay, it's just like tiles and shapes and stuff. I know that some people play it and it kind of feels that way. You know, it just feels empty, I guess would be the word, you know, sometimes. And but I don't know. Yeah. I think one of the things I enjoy about the 64 and the GameCube is that I think one of the things I enjoy about it is that it took like 3D was still relatively new, but at that point they'd worked a lot of kinks out thanks to the 64. Still a whole lot, you know, still a long way to go, of course. But looking at like that generation after the 64 and PlayStation, looking at PS2 and GameCube and stuff, that stuff looked really good for its time, and it and honestly holds up pretty well today. Playing Wind Waker, I was like, wow, this stylistic choice still looks complete within itself. It still looks interesting today, you know, and looks decent, looks really good, you know. I don't always love the look of Toon Link, but I don't know what else. I don't. It's fine. It works well. It's consistent with everything else in that world. I think it's fine, you know. It's, you know. Yeah. Kevin said, for this game, I just didn't like the camera controls. Yeah, that's one of the hardest things to deal with, I think. And yeah. Right. Yeah, if you're trying to find something to complain about, or the things that are the negatives, I think for sure it gets you killed sometimes, you know. And it's so cool, right? It was so cool, simultaneously so amazing. And then I think you know, there would be those times where you're like, oh shit, I just can't see. You know, that was always like so frustrating. I get it. Yeah, it's funny. I think it. I agree. I agree with you that if I had to be really critical, of course, that's, you know. One of the things I think, though, that I still appreciate, I love all these top C views. I know that that's nothing crazy, getting a first-person view in a game, but I really like it in these early-ish 3D games. What I was going to say about GameCube was that I enjoy that, like, although it's 3D, GameCube and 64 stuff, you know, I feel like there's still 1 foot in some of the things I really enjoy about retro games at the 8, 16, 32-bit level, you know, whatever. Like, I think that there's still aspects of, like, what is a video... what often is a video game. I feel like there were still kind of some sort of classic structures that were working pretty well at that time. I think that was one of the cool things that you get with that generation, the 64 and then into GameCube and PS2 and stuff, is sort of 1 foot in this, you know what I mean? It's like 1 foot in the same world that brought you stuff from the Famicom era, or, you know, maybe even earlier, depending on how old those devs are, but another foot in, we're in this new technology, 3D technology, especially by the time they get to the GameCube or something, it's like they're a little bit better versed in that. So it's like those same people who kind of played, who had some retro sensibilities in the, let's say, Famicom and Super NES, Super Fam days, Super Fam. It still had those kind of game design sensibilities sometimes, even though, of course, 3D had really changed the game and added a whole new dimension to gaming. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those can be tough. That can be a really tough one. It feels so good. I think finally getting those done. You know, finally getting those challenges done. The ones with the bow and arrow. And that's hard on those are hard on a good 64 controller. And then imagine you're playing on a bad one, or you're not playing it on the 64, you're playing it on another system with a control stick that just really isn't, you know, going to be as optimized as... Oopsie daisy. I do think these games are, you know, some systems fare a little bit better with a controller that is not from that era, or, you know, or, you know, a third party could do the trick, but I think that this is a system that it's hard. It does feel... I can't help but feel like it's always a bit of a disadvantage if I'm not on an original controller, you know? And one with a decent stick. This one here is original, but its stick is breaking down. Oh, I forgot about that area over there. Oh! Okay, forgot that that's a thing you should do. Those guys. Oh yeah, I've seen some like 8-bit dough had one of those, I believe. seen some other... Yeah, some of those look interesting. Yeah. You know, it's funny because I've replaced a stick. Here's number 100, I guess. Yeah, sweet. Losing track. The number's up there for me, but came easily. You know, this is the original one here that I got with the 64 I bought here in the States, and then it looks like it's missing a button. Oh, can I reach the other one? I like showing this one off because I didn't know that these things existed until after I bought it, and then I realized what I had. And I don't think it's necessarily like, you know, rare. But I bought it from a Japanese seller, and it came with sadly it came with a bum stick. It came with a stick that was not working. And I had to look it up because I thought it was interesting. It had a two-tone, you know, coloring to it with the gray on the back and then black on the front. And I found this list of 64 controllers, and like a Mario 64 controller may have come like bundled in, maybe. I'm trying to remember I can't remember the score on that, but yeah, the stick was like a, well, it had a little sticking point in it. You know, not even far from the center. It would just get caught. So it just made things pretty much impossible. And I bought for like $19.99, I think. $19.99. I bought a stick assembly replacement. It was like the long haul one. I had read that some people like those as a 64 replacement stick. It was actually a really easy replacement once you have the screwdriver, you know, that opens up the controller, and then I basically unhooked one. You know, it's those like a couple of wires in one little thing. You just kind of unclip that. The whole assembly itself, I was able to just pull out, and then you just put the new one in, and it feels pretty good. Like it feels not as good as maybe an OG controller in good shape, but again, those are becoming increasingly rare. So I noticed the difference in shooters if I put on like Perfect Dark or something. And yeah, like in Zelda, whenever I'd go for the slingshot or the bow, there was always a little whoa, as it would just, you know, move very, like, quite a bit faster with less of a throw, you know? So just something to get used to, but all right, let me oops, back to the original controller. How many more coins do we have? Red coins do we have? Doodle-doo-dee. Hooray! I guess everything else is gravy now. Where did that star launch? Was it like down at the bottom there? Back towards the beginning? Yeah, I see it down there. Kevin said I still have some of my original ones, but had to get repros. My originals have frayed cords, wonky sticks, because my siblings and cousins would fight over them. Yeah, sometimes they're salvageable and sometimes not. You know, like it worked out for this one, but yeah, if it needed some heavy replacement. My buddy just got some GameCube stuff out of his closet storage that he had, and sadly, like he had 2 or 3 GameCube controllers. Each of them was fried from the beginning. And it may, you know, the repair may not be that bad, but it was just kind of disappointing that it was like 2 of them don't work at all when you plug them in, and then one, yeah, you know, it's pretty much unplayable. The stick will work like 1 out of 5 attempts that you move the stick. It'll do something. Yeah. Something like that, yeah. I agree, Ryzone, yeah. You can't, you know, but beggars can't be choosers, so. I guess we should get the red, what am I doing? Yeah, we should go back and get the red coin star. Doo-doo-doo, a beep-a-boop, a beep-beep-beep-beep-bop. Don't you die. I did, Kevin. Yeah, actually I did. We sent back an NES one time, and I think my mom, they were able to get a refurbished unit or something, but our NES died, and I remember that like, wait, what's going on? We can't play anymore. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna send it away, and they're gonna send us another one that's already been repaired, you know. I was like, okay. We were out an NES for a little while. And I can't remember the details of what was up with that. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, how about you guys? Anybody remember using that service, calling them, or? I love that little graphic of Mario holding the toolbox, you know, and just like he's walking in. Mario repair. Excuse me, ma'am. Your case has been assigned to the X-Files. Gonna need more than a toolbox. Hopefully the toolbox has an ectoplasm scanner in it, or I don't know what the fuck that. I never watched Ghostbusters or any. I need to get on that someday, but.
Let's go.
NES got some. NES got a drink, huh? Nice. Yeah. Tough period, I bet, you know? Yeah, it's funny. I wish it's kind of curious. It's just funny to think about because I was quite little, but you know, we were playing our NES way into the Super NES era, and it was still being supported with games and repair support for a long time. So if you were one of the many families that, you know, it's not like most people could like instantly upgrade. And yeah, we never got a Super NES actually, so yeah, I'm glad we sent that thing off for a repair, you know, and we're able to keep the party rolling. Ryzone's never called one. Yeah, that was it for me. Never the tip hotline. Never did that, but... And I suppose I wasn't making this call. The arrangements were handled by my mom. How late are they doing the repair service now? I have to wonder. Doo-doo-doo. A beep, 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 boop. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, like, same here. Like, I was a very hyperactive kid, and, you know, it was I still would get out and play and whatnot. I definitely enjoyed games, and when I would go and, like, hang out with other friends and stuff, I think there were times when I was like, okay, yeah, I think I really like video games a lot. Like, they like them too, but I think I can go longer, and I'm like into it at a higher level, or you know, it's more prioritized. I'll just put it, put it that way. Yeah, not a skill thing, but it's just kind of funny. Like, yeah, it was the same way, you know, and. I feel like I got a good mix too. I still read, you know. I still got outside and played. There could have been more of that, and that actually got better as I played more games. Zelda kind of inspired me to want to get outside and more than I was doing. And yeah, right. Right. I think a lot of us are raised in part by, you know, Mario. At least supervised. I remember every Christmas too, or Thanksgiving, going over to my grandma's house, and either me or my cousin would bring these bags. At one point, we had both gotten these like matching bags from my grandma that were just like the perfect size to take your NES and some games, and one of us would bring that. And then we got Game Gears at a certain point, and then I remember the 64 being hooked up and playing a lot of still multiplayer, you know, yeah, at that point, a lot of 3 and 4 player. Well, we could at least get my the younger cousin there, who's like, he's coming into his own now, you know, he's he's able to hang better. They're just like such fun memories. Like, it was always around with a lot of a few like family get-togethers, and it's like there was still time that we had to spend, you know, that we spent around everyone else too, but it was funny. It was a great setup because, like, at my grandparents, they had an additional, like, they had like a living room and then a den, you know, so it was, they would let us take over one or the other, and I guess it was like their den, and it I had like my grandma's office and stuff, and like well, yeah, we'd go in there and they'd let us take over this TV that was on a cart. It was perfect. It was on a cart. You could just have your console there, you know, hook it up easily, and a lot of Star Fox. They had this cool bowling game too. This wacky little bowling game for the 64. I'm trying to remember what it was. Some fun little characters. That it's fun, yeah. Right, well, yeah, well, it's always funny when there's the, like, knowledge differential, which of course is huge in games, right? And can make all the difference. Shit, now kids might know some, like, they're all looking up the meta, so that you just, well, there's hardly any, like, anything new, of course, that's like couch co-op. But I was actually thinking about that level of dedication in the way that online media, or online video game media, we were talking about, like, me, you know, I just didn't even know it existed for a while, because I didn't, after magazines and doing some stuff on video game forums, I just kind of got checked out, and I had no idea that video game media got so big and robust, and so much stuff on YouTube. And but, like, you know, it is funny because, like, at this point with some of these big games, sometimes I'll look at, like, go to, like, the what's popular tab or whatever on Reddit, and that Marvel Rivals game seems really popular. It gets a lot of top posts. And it's so interesting to read these detailed discussions as an outsider who hasn't played the game, you know, and to just read the, which I know is its own kind of absurdity. Of course, it's going to sound crazy, but it's so interesting to me. Like, it's quite out there, and that level of reading up that people do, watching folks play games, getting into the streamers game and stuff, and like the level of multiplayer, just getting away from the couch co-op, going into something that's a little more stratified, but then just people just getting so good and having these communities that talk about the games and just push everyone to such a great extent. It's I missed it all, you know? It's like coming out of a coma and people are talking about Mario 64 and backwards long jumps and, you know, earlier you're hearing BLJ and you know, every other acronym, and it's like, what? But yeah, yeah. You know, you think I love it when you think you have maybe you start to subconsciously think you have a grasp of something, and then you just encounter a world that just shows that, wow, a level of detail that you could have never imagined. God, come on, Mario. I don't even remember, like, are we just getting to the top this time? I don't remember what we're... I bet, Kevin, yeah. So is it like with Dark Souls, what's up with it, like certain drops or something? Maybe like one-time things that if you screw it up, you just don't get it? Yeah, it seems like a lot of games to 100%. It's like, it's hard to imagine some games, someone 100%ing truly just off the top of the dome. With how out there the placement of some goals, or, you know, something you'd have to get is. And most people back then, of course, were not really playing, most aren't playing games blind. There's a level of talking about them and, you know, reading about them. Sometimes you're on your own, though. Sometimes you're on your own. That makes sense, yeah. Okay, yeah. That's tough, yeah. It's tough, too, because, like, completing something on a first go can be really hard. Yeah, I think that's pulled me out a couple times out of a game. But yeah, respect. Here we go! The star is just sort of stuck right there. I did that for Donkey Kong 64. My first playthrough, decided to try to 102% it. The math. And I did. But yeah, it was and I'm happy that I finished it. But to other folks, unless you like a challenge like that, I would not do it. I'd just say, hey, just get through the game, you know? This is going just fine. Just fine so far. Got ourselves eight stars. We're going slowly. I may get a short break here in a little bit. We'll see. I should probably do that before I start dancing. We should go hit Peach's slide. Haven't done that. Let's do that. Rumble, rumble. I'll just leave the camera here. All right, guys, I'm gonna get one last break. We'll play this game a little bit more. This has been fun. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. Been a tough week. Been a crazy week, man. And I was so frustrated because I had set aside time to work last night, and then the program I used to stream, just as soon as it was working, I got some setup done for today. Still had a long way to go, and then it just started crashing. And then every time I'd open the program, crash. So I woke up today thinking, like, I don't know if we're going to be able to play. But Kevin said, I've been trying to get through Elden Ring, just too big of a game. Yeah. It seems huge. I have, you know, and I don't think I've ever played anything on that scale. I hear good things. And I got a buddy trying to get me to play Skyrim, and I've always looked at that series since, like, I remember hearing about Morrowind and thinking, like, this looks really cool. Yeah, someday. I don't think I'd be playing Elden Ring on camera personally, because I think that's one I just need to be in my own zone, screaming, cursing, sweating it out, you know, throwing a fit. Stuff that's not fit for camera. Not appropriate. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a little BRB. Let's all get a breather. Happy Friday. Thank you again for hanging out. This is fun. See you soon. Yo, what's up, guys? Happy Friday. Yeah. Peter said it's a marathon game. Yeah, I imagine probably a game too. I feel like you'd go insane if the only game you're ever booting up and going into is that game, you know? I don't know. I mean, any long-term project like that, it can be good to have have a side game, you know? You know, I've only played a little bit of Doom, and only the oldest stuff. I saw you were doing that in preparation for the next Doom. Yeah, I should do that sometime. I'd play that. That'd be fun. I dabbled a bit in Doom 1 and 2. I remember my dad got this. Well, we had a demo of one of those. You could only play a level or something. I remember enjoying that a lot, and then we did get it as part of like some, at a certain point it was like easy to get, and it's part of some compilation CD. And I'd load into it sometimes. But I was really into Doom Clone, Star Wars Dark Forces. And dude, I've mentioned this on stream, but no lie, my dad brought this up again on the phone about like how he wants to play Dark Forces and Full Throttle. He was trying to think of the titles. He remembered Full Throttle, and Full Throttle was also by LucasArts, and was a like click and move, click, sort of puzzle adventure game. Yeah, Dark Forces was fun. Yeah, Dark Force. I did play some Duke Nukem. Yeah, I had a buddy, so I could go over to like one or two friends' houses and play Duke Nukem. And of course, that's one where it's like you got another. When you're that age, you got another folder pulled up or something, you know. You gotta, or maybe your keyboard commands to minimize that really quickly, because you never know, right? You might be in that strip club in the first level, and mom comes in with your laundry. You get out of here. I'm gaming. All right. Should we play this game? God, Mom. Jeez. And then it turns out, you're writing a check too. As soon as your friend's gone, it's your ass. You showed out in front of company. I've only seen I think I've only seen the title for, or maybe the cart or something for Booger Man. Sounds familiar. Give me the Booger Man. Booger Man. I don't know that this is what I was thinking it was. A pick and flick adventure. Wikipedia. No, I think I'm going to take that back. I don't know if I knew what this was. Wow. That cover looks crazy. Totally Ichigo. Earlier we got some footage of Mario napping right next to a giant piranha plant. It was awesome. Take that nap wherever you can get it, you know? Totally. How are you going to triple jump, without at least getting a few hours of shut-eye, you know? It looks interesting, Kevin. Yeah. You know, I wonder what all it came out for. It being on, I'm seeing that the one that I was seeing was for Genesis. Let's see. Curious if it was ever on anything else. I lost that tab. Sega Genesis, later on the Super NES. Okay, ported to the SNES in '95, or, you know, released in the SNES next year. Interesting. I'll just go the regular way, I suppose, this first time. First time you just finish, I think, right? And then next time you got to get it in under maybe 21. Something like that. Hooray! Licking boogers and crop dusting enemies. Yeah, that's just the Tuesday from me. Let's go back to the slide. Here we go. That's quite an elevator pitch there, though, you know. So tell me about your game here, you know. All right, get this. All right. Imagine, right? Main character, flicking boogers. Okay, booger man. Flicking boogers, crop dusting enemies. I forgot when you're kind of doing it that way, you can't really do the jump, huh? Oh, it's too bad, Ichigo. Yeah, that's too bad. Vikings' wives being stolen by aliens, also on the SNES. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I wonder what that was, Kevin. Yeah. So many titles. You know, I feel like at this point I could play these, even though I've played a lot of great stuff, there's so many, not even just hidden gems, that even if I lived a long, long life, I could play these games. Well, that life was expired. Do we go to a new world? Feels a little crazy. Oh wait, how many do you need to look to get the wing cap? Is the sun shining yet? Yeah. Oh, you gotta beat Bowser. That's right. Okay. Sorry. Do. 1 second. Koji Kondo doing a solid for Miyamoto, getting a little banjo and a song for him. A little bluegrass. Get up, Mario. Get up. Oh, yeah, way too far, huh? Oopsie. Lost Vikings. Let me look that up. Sounds interesting. There was one I found recently that was called The Humans that I hadn't heard of, and it was kind of a Lemmings sort of situation, so to speak. If I just had to say gameplay style, you know. And I did a special on it. I did a good old days segment covering it because I'd never heard of it before, and it was having its like a, you know, game release anniversary. I can't see all my windows. Looking for the Lost Vikings. Have to be paused for this. That cover looks familiar. That's it. A whole lot of yellow there, you know? Jeez. The cover is so funny. Each Viking has his own abilities to go through. Like, oh, cool. Yeah. I'm a puzzle dabbler. What are do you guys? What are y'all's favorite puzzle games? I wish I were more of a Tetris guy. Aspirationally, yeah, this is not going to be good. I feel like I could be a Tetris guy, you know, but I might just let us plummet. Switching back and forth, that's cool. Oh, right, using their different abilities to, like, get past certain parts. And I've heard good things about that one, Ichigo. Yeah, it always looked intriguing. I really did I played a little bit of Tetris as a kid. My sister was really into it, and good, quite good. We had the like official Nintendo Tetris release for the NES. I should possibly even go on the other side, huh? Maybe I've forgotten how it's done. You know, I haven't played that one, Ichigo. Yeah. Only on Steam. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Hex cells. Looks cool. Was that a play at all on sex cells? Like, I'm really... it's just such a curious title. It works perfectly as like a kind of a description for what the puzzle would kind of resemble, but I just can't help but think that name... Hey, maybe that's a... Hey, I'm programmed. It's this is some They Live. I see the words hex cells. I'm already ready to pull out my wallet. Oh, I forgot. You can't do it off your belly. Why don't you just jump, Mario? I figured, you know, it's I think that's what's great about it as a title. Come on. Right, it works perfectly. Hex cells, baby. That's what they say. Get up. Go, Mario, go. Yeah, that's not an improvement. I think if you can just make him, you know, stay... Obviously, you don't want him to have the full-on, like, stun. Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe it's sub 20 seconds? I can't remember. Maybe you're right. Maybe, yeah. I'm trying to remember which way I do it to... Yeah. I'm gonna keep playing it. Keep working it. So we're in Wind Waker. We're about to get into the... We're about to get ourselves into that first real dungeon. Dragon Roost Island, and Dragon Roost Dungeon, or whatever. And man, it's been so long since I played this game. I've forgotten a lot of the dialogue, a lot of the setup for, you know, why you're going from this place to that place, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm glad we're doing it again. Go! And I think it's been a really long time since we played it. Wow. It's perhaps a sub 20, or rather a sub 21.
Here we go!
Now the sun's here. Okay. Is that because we hit 10 stars? Is that what that's all about? I feel the sun shining. All right. Let's go. Yeah. I do like that about Tetris, and I'll still play some. Yeah, my partner's really into Tetris 99. She's gone through, like, you know, ups and downs on it, but it's also a pretty easy game to just play a couple rounds a day, and yeah, red switch pressed. I like it. I like it overall. I just you know what? As a kid, I got really into Dr. Mario, too. I thought Dr. Mario was really fun. Bust-A-Move. I don't know when I discovered Bust-A-Move at some point. I think I had some PC game, actually, with Bust-A-Move. Or, you know, it's had a couple names, I think, but, like, yeah, we're talking the puzzle... Whatever the puzzle, you know, and I think even that's had a couple different names, but I really enjoyed, like, I had this compilation PC game thing, and whoops, trying to get this red, and I really enjoyed Bust-A-Move. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. And then later, my buddy, my roommate, back in college, got for the Wii, he downloaded some Bust-A-Move game that came out for it, and we got really into that. That was fun. Had some fun multiplayer. But yeah, it's got the two little dinosaurs. They're shooting these orbs. You're trying to match colors and, you know, blow those colors out and drop everything else. Really fun and addictive multiplayer. Yeah, let's just stop it. Our band director back when I was in middle and high school, same guy. He would sit around, and there were a couple games he could just sit and play so much of. And it was especially like during days that, and I do understand this, because at a certain point there are points when he's like running the marching band, concert band, all that stuff. and there's points where it's like the music is not new to us, and there's not a performance like just around the corner or something, and it's kind of like, hey, today work on your stuff, do self-study, you know, like maybe you were supposed to run it through with your, you know, with your section or something, run whatever it was you've been working on with your section, and then it really kind of devolved into having some pretty free time where maybe you keep practicing or, you know, start slacking off. He'd go into the office and just like play so much Tetris some days, and it was fun. It was like, all right, guys, go work on your music. I do get it though, because there wasn't always something like, yeah, I don't know how I would do like a full year's instruction as a music teacher when it's just there's one of you and it's like you're covering the whole band, you know. It's like kind of a small band, small school problem. Well, yeah. Anyway, shout out to my band director, total gamer, lots of Tetris, lots of Worms. You guys know Worms? He even played one of those earlier games too that was like, yeah, same gameplay mechanic, but an earlier one of those tank kind of trajectory games where you're, you know, aiming. These were so fun and popular for a while, but yeah, you know, you're aiming some cannon or something and it's probably just doing some damage on the in the area that it lands. Worms is fun. He was quite good. He was a Worms master. Cool to see the backside of the Peach painting. Kevin said, Dr. Mario was my grandma's favorite. Yeah, it's a fun one. The music is really addicting, for lack of a better word. It's part of the Dr. Mario disclaimer. Music may be addictive. Worms is fun. Yeah, Worms is fun. Multiplayer is fun too. And then, you know, I guess also if you're playing it on PC, that's one of those kind of early net games where it's very easy to have a turn swapping game like that or something. And even if you don't have a crazy powerful PC, maybe you could, you know, do an online. But yeah, fun to play in person. When you play in person, there's also the psych out factor. You know, especially when someone's taking a little while to get a shot set up and you know, maybe you're hanging back and you know, is there like, dang, where do I put this? Roller Coaster Tycoon, yeah. My PC gaming was a little limited, but it had some great exceptions. The Dark Forces we were talking about earlier, Star Wars Dark Forces. Full Throttle. I did play some, yeah, I'd get Worms and play it some myself. That was fun, yeah. You know, I never got to play much of the Tycoon games. They always looked fun. I didn't do a whole lot of sim stuff. You know, simulation games and any notable quotes, Ichigo? I remember some kind of funny things as you would like rifle through them or. I didn't get the 8 coins. Oh yeah, you can also do that one it's in the sky too, huh? You'll regret that. Ow! 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 You know, now in my head, I'm hearing them like giving their ouches and Yeah. As they go flying, just getting hit by a mortar or something. Yeah. That's a great line to repeat, you know. That's a good one for a married couple. Yeah. You'll regret that. It's always funny when you want to use, you know, when you're married and stay married for a while and you have a good, I imagine even if you don't have a great rapport, at a certain point, you know, you've spent so much time around each other that, you know, there's sort of a common thought process sometimes, and lots of common references, even if that person wasn't into that thing. By way of having been around you for a long time, now they know probably more than they should for not knowing anything about it, you know? Or for having not been into it originally, you know? But yeah, sometimes it is always sad when there's a reference that isn't shared. It's Star Fox 64 for me just has it all. I think I could replace like my whole vocabulary with just Star Fox 64 quotes. If it's in the script somewhere, I think I'd get by, you know. That's funny, Ichigo. That's hilarious, man. You know what? You are a hacker doing that, man. I like that. Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm just leaning back, just chilling. I would like for you to butt pound this stump. Something, take a dump. Alright, here we go. I always love this texture here, the barbed wire. It's breaking in. Maybe read a cool guide on game FAQs. What's that, Kevin? Besides a little Mario Kart? You're right. Yeah, where are we going with this? Jeez. I had a great night in college of playing. I invited some friends over to mine and my cousin's dorm room for a little Mario Kart Double Dash, and all of us were approximately 18 or 19 years old. And, I think we, you know, that's one of those rare, like, someone older scored some, trying to remember what we got. Like, it was some kind of vodka. We were making screwdrivers or something. Everybody got drunk on screwdrivers and played Mario Kart Double Dash. And I was playing with my friends who at that point I'd known them for a couple months, and it started with like meeting them and hanging out a bit and being friends, and they'd asked if I could help tutor them some. because I was studying English and to be an English teacher, and I was interested in it anyway, and loved Japanese stuff, and they loved games, and it was perfect. And since at that point they were all still like kind of newish on campus, they a few of them had been able to get out a little bit more and make some American and other friends, other, you know, non-Japanese friends that came over as part of that program. Others had not really done much of that. So it was kind of funny because pretty soon it was like, oh, now, like I was really close to 3 or 4 or so. And then, but it's funny because then it's like, that I like knew the whole crew, like most everybody that was in this program at a certain point. Oh yeah, I remember I invited just a few friends over for some Mario Kart, and at one point, one of my buddies just started. We had more people that could play, and we're doing 4-player Mario Kart, you know, Double Dash. And at one point, one of my buddies just, I think the screwdrivers truly kicked in, and he just got hung up on repeating the words Chibi Mario over and over again. He was playing with Baby Mario, and it was at that time that I learned, oh, I think maybe sometimes he was known as that, or like, you know, I'm not even sure at this point if that was just a, yeah, just a colloquial thing here, or what, or if it's Chibi Mario has been used officially or what, but yeah. Rayman Soccer, that sounds fun. Oh yeah, he just kept repeating Chibi Mario over, like, and going Chibi Mario, Chibi Mario, and like just and then getting very excited and saying it. He got a little hung up on that, and it was funny. Okay, he slept it off. It was the night of Chibi Mario. Mario Party's a good one. With the caveat that that or Mario Kart, depending on how ruthless it gets, you may not have friends after that, you know. Oh, totally. Yeah. I mean, it was hilarious. It was honestly just really funny. We were enjoying it. Yeah. It was okay. He made it. He only had to drive 30 or 40 minutes. It was all good. You know, he like walked to the next dorm room, to the next. I think they lived just in like a next dorm over or something. It was an interesting school because it was a 4-year college, but it very much like there were people that came and lived there full time. You know, that was a thing. However, I think due to its size and its location between a few big cities, it was definitely like a commuter school, or it just felt like a bedroom school, or no, I can't remember a lot of folks would go home on weekends, so even if even if folks weren't doing it every weekend, the place would dramatically change on the weekend because a good portion of the student body was gone, higher than it would be at like a lot of other, like a bigger university or something. What's up, Sid? Welcome. Hey, buddy. Good to see you, man. Get a little more.
I'm gonna give you 55th Street.
Please do. The blue shell can ruin your night. I've been there. I guess if I were to have this and then shoot from this cannon would be okay. Life is crazy. Yeah, it is, man. Absolutely. It's absurd. He walked in there with us. Oh, this isn't the one I wanted. Well, it might work. Okay. Oh. There's number 6. That's already collected. I'm good, man. Hope you're doing well, Sid. Welcome. Nothing like some Super Mario water. Isn't there a cannon here? There is. We did not hit all of the rings. There's a lot of pop-in with the coins, huh? Oh, missed. Too bad. It is, yeah, when you get that hat, it's the, like, music from having a star. You know, it's that theme. I always overshoot that. The little kid in me still, every time I clinch up, every time I shoot out of a cannon. I love this game, man. Hey, Mario. Hooray! I feel so free. Do. Nice. Yeah, totally Sid. Yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'm starting to get a bit tired now. Happy Friday. I'm sweating it out in here too. It sucks because if I run a fan, or if I well, I guess we're still missing one of those middle ones, huh? I think it really is crazy, isn't it, Ichigo? And it makes me wonder kind of how it came together. And which came first, ideas for Mario doing that, or, oh shit, or like the concept for Pilot Wings or something, you know? And that being its own kind of 64 tech demo, you know? Yeah, great point though, dude. It really is I mean, it's crazy what they pulled off in this. Where's the one we're missing? Let me get out of this view. Like you too, help me out. There it is. Maybe I'll just go ahead and get this star. I had enough trouble getting the, although if I get the 100 coins, we'll... Yeah, well, whatever. Let's get the 100 coins. That one's there. Too bad you can't get the 100 and the 8, you know, red, and this one here that we've already got, all in one go. Ooh. Totally Ichigo. Yeah, and I know that there were delays with the hardware. I think they needed more time for Mario 64 to bake, too. I think it benefited from a little more time in the oven. Let Miyamoto cook. I really was just blown away by this game. I mean, it's cool too. And I'll never be able to see it through someone else's eyes, truly. I am fascinated by thinking of seeing someone much younger pick it up for the first time, you know? I think it's interesting, like I said, there's a whole lot to say about this game, and I think that there is a contingent of people who just really dwell on a lot of negative things about the game, and I think that there's a lot of fair stuff to say, you know. I think so much of that, though, I think thinking of the game in the context of its time, I think it's hard not to see, at the very least, even if you don't like it, to at least, you know, I hate you, but I sure respect the hell out of you. You know, I feel like you've got to come to at least that point, right? I mean, I would, especially if you learn a little bit about, yeah, I don't need to die here. Let's not do that. Let's go get that. Let's go get that star before I run into something and die. Dude. No more water cannons. Be careful. Oh yeah, it was like on the other side, wasn't it? Can I get there from here? Might not want you to do that, huh? Hey, there we go. I'm just gonna grab it. Why not? Meeting was actually a drunken Mario Kart sesh. Absolutely. Yeah, how about a cannon? Some random guy. How about this? Mario flies. You know Miyamoto wanted his Yoshi playable. I'm sure at least a head or two rolled that Yoshi was only used in the capacity that he was. You know, being essentially just reduced to that of Easter egg.
Let's go.
Well, in that last, what was I doing just now? You know what? I started 2 or 3 different tasks at the same time, but yeah, I started this. So we started this game over, and I just now was starting at first to work on something like collecting the 100 coins and or the 8 red coins. And then I realized that one of those stars you could get was for flying through those rings that were up there. And I ended up just, yeah. Went through there, man. Yeah, maybe we were talking as Miyamoto, as one of the Bobs. One of the Shigerus, you know. You get pulled into an office with the Shigerus. What is it exactly that you do here? For us in the Super Mario Club. Whatever R&D team they are, it'd be that. What is it exactly that you do here for research and development number 4? Alright, we'll get the 8 red coins this time, I guess, and the 100 coins. This will be the last one. I think I'll wrap up after this. Power glove, holding the cup of coffee, you know. Miyamoto's it. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to... Yeah, I need you to redo that animation for Mario throwing up the peace sign. I don't really... Yeah, peace, victory, whatever. I don't really like it. And, I don't know if I want to see it in this game, honestly. Apparently, I think he's like, was a little miffed about that or something. Or there was I watched a great video about it. It was one gesture that he thought always kind of got away from him in terms of Mario's characterization. And that was that, yeah, he's throwing up the victory V. And I guess Mario, he was never a fan of that. Obviously, this isn't the first game he does it in, but... Must have been a Tezuka thing. Oh, cool, Kevin. Nice. Oh, well, good that the grinding, you know, and it might have even, like at that point, there was probably a level of catch-up grinding to do, I would imagine, since you said you were trying to sort of play it through with the minimal battling and stuff, so yeah. Well, glad. Good job getting it done. Yeah, and maybe that'll hold you over for a bit, you know? That bit of grinding that you did. Just try to be Sonic. Nintendo's, okay. We... I picked a bad time to be going broke. I really want a Sega Genesis. Hearing Sonic got me all excited. This camera is just bouncing around here. I see it's been hitting that wall. Sir Sid said, hear about the LOZ movie. Oh yeah, I have the same question as Ichigo there. I think maybe we know it. I don't know, actually. I don't know that it was ever confirmed that they're making one right now, is it? I see. Yeah, it'll catch up to you there. That makes sense. Well, good job getting past it. I think when I played through it the first time, I think maybe in the sewers or maybe where, in that area where the racing happens. I think I had to spend a lot of, I think that was a good area, maybe. Some of those mutants. Seems familiar. It's always the mutants. Really? Wait, and is it live action? Or do we know? Oh, come on, man. Hurry up and get this done. Need another bio break. Too much time laying in the flowers. Stopping to smell the roses. Do, 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 do. You know what? I'm just gonna take that really quickly. I'll be back in just a sec, guys. BRB. Speaking of Mario Kart, let's do that. Back to the Mario Kart BRB. Hey, yo. What's up, guys? Happy Friday. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. Let's finish this game. Or finish this star, at least. I might get a twofer. Let's see. Working on the 8 red coins, and I guess we'll do the 100 coin one. Live action. That's me every time I go to a BRB. Mario just glides. Just funny to see them all walking around too. I remember thinking, wow, this is a new and you know, friendly Bob-ombs. I do remember being this game and Super Mario RPG just kind of, you know, being those sort of games that make you think a little bit differently about the franchise, or, you know, add a little bit of character, a little bit of, you know, a little bit of some fun, cartoony soul to it. Live action. Okay, I'm just now seeing live action. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, Sony Pictures. I haven't had a headshot in a couple years, so the headshot I've got's pretty old. Bad timing. Bad timing for me personally, Sony. I don't know if you guys have done all your casting yet, but I'll work on that. Camera really just gets its rumble on in there. Narrow corridor. I mean, well, the answer might already be in the chat, Ichigo. I don't know if it's the one I would want or just the one that, here's the thing, though. I don't know that I could really bring it as well as many others could. You know, I don't know. I was gonna say Tingle, but yeah, I just don't know. I don't know that I could, I don't know if I could, if I had that kind of range. Honestly, you know, it is what it is. 5th Street, no. 55th Street, excuse me. Balls are just dropping everywhere, jeez. Doo-doo. Some of these things are too hard to trigger.
I'm gonna give you 55th Street.
I should have let you do it, Ichigo. Sorry. Yeah. Dude. I want to push the button. All right. Here we go. As beat up as this controller is, it will never be as beat up and greasy as the controller. I probably... those first few times I'm playing a 64 on like a Walmart or other...
I'm pissed now!
Yeah, I know. You should be, man. Walmart or other demo, you know. You know that's gonna be a greasy controller.
Oh, dang it, Bobby.
The kid who just got off, the kid who like just you know, got off the sticks, just, you know, now it's your turn or whatever. That kid is like actively sick. They're very, very sick, and you know, sneezing into their hands and instantly grabbing the controller and stuff, and it's. Nasty ass controller. but a controller for the people. I'm gonna do this rather than fall and not get it. I can't slide and miss it again. I can't let that happen. Oh, yeah, so, you know, I'm playing Wind Waker now, and yeah, me and my wife, we started that. We've only done like 2 sessions on it so far, I think, and yeah, man, Link's grandma's so freaking cute. It's funny. I was also just thinking about how when you come back to get the shield, they make you go through the whole thing of going upstairs, because you've seen the shield up there before. And they make you go up there to get it, and of course it's not there, and it does the zoom in, like, oh, it's not there.
It's a sub. A sub. You gifted a sub.
Tater, dude, thanks for the sub, man. Thank you. Thanks, dude. Thanks for supporting the stream. Yeah. She's so, yeah, they make you go upstairs and you see that the shield isn't there, and then you come downstairs and you get, you know, Granny crying or a bit of like, oh. Yeah, I don't know if it's a cry or there's a heavy sigh in there, you know, some heavy laughter. But yeah, she's watching this little kid saying goodbye to her grandson, sending him off into a world full of water. I was thinking about how I like the touches. You know, one of the cool things that the series did is like, you know, each time a new one came out, they would find some way to flesh the lore out. And, you know, that came with some retcons of what was there previously or a different explanation on it. But, you know, the first couple times they make the games, they're going, you know, you have like a Zelda, and then of course you have Zelda 2 in there. He's older or whatever, but A Link to the Past was a prequel, right? So you have A Link to the Past being a prequel, and it explains that there was this imprisoning war, and these like 8 sages helped seal away the darkness, or helped seal the, you know, there was a search for the golden power and the search for the sacred realm and all that stuff, you know. And then Ocarina would be a prequel and would kind of tell that story, but, you know, with a bit of a retcon to make it fit into the new thing that they're doing. But it's still, there's echoes of it. It felt like it could be echoes of that previous, you know, story. And then with Wind Waker, it's really interesting, the whole, okay, Outset Island. At this island, it's their tradition to, when a boy turns a certain age, you know, they put on the green robe, or they put on the green garb, and I don't think it's like they're supposed to wear that any time other than their birthday, really, or this, you know, part of that ceremony. But Link ends up, you know, wearing it for the game until you do your second quest. But yeah, yeah, it was cool. Like, there's echoes of the world and the lore that was built up with those previous games, and they know that this is like a distant past. It's only on this island and maybe a couple other places where anybody even has some of these, or, you know, where there are these like passed down traditions and things. But it seems like it's been such a long amount of time that, you know, they don't know much about this hero, and it's like, well, we just know that there was a hero, and, you know, the world was really different then. You know, there was a certain point where the hero didn't show up. You know, you get the lore at the beginning of Wind Waker, but I don't know, I liked that touch of it being this distant future, and people sort of have these traditions, and they don't remember really everything behind it. But it's still going on in some way. I think it's an interesting. Those games do a good job of like giving some good fan service that like creates paints this really rich picture between the different works, these different games that, you know, ties them together in these ways that, you know, weren't always necessarily intended, or, you know, like it's intended, but they don't like necessarily focus too much on lore. I mean, as the games got bigger and more writing and stuff, there was more of that. How many of these red coins are we missing? Is that 7? All right. I should check it out, Ichigo. Yeah, I should look. Does it have the timeline stuff? Cause yeah, I've seen some stuff about that. I guess there's been a couple of timelines at certain points, or maybe Hyrule Historia was one of those. Let's get the 100 coins, and then I think we'll be good. We could get those easily from up here, I suppose. Let's fly over there. Yeah, some of that stuff can be really interesting. It's a fun little thought exercise, and I think, you know, again, like, you can think that you're into something, and then you'll find some community online taking it to such a crazy level. Don't jump again, please. Felt like I was mid-jump. Going back up. Guess not. But yeah, people will go through like really crazy, tie themselves into knots trying to like figure certain aspects out about how the Zelda games link together. No pun intended. And it's fun, but I kind of look at it in that like, oh, it's legends of the past. And I think kind of what I was just saying, like, I feel like that's sort of an apt, that helps me sleep at night, you know? Yeah, I mean, just thinking of them as different universes or just echoes of a different, yeah. That stuff is really fun, and I don't need to have like, I'm just kind of interested in details like that, and they don't all have to like line up necessarily, you know? Mario, so welcome, Nicole. Yeah, so Mario is my new dad because it was mostly a temporary thing, but when I played this game back when it launched in 1996, I went to Walmart and I played the demo, and my dad kept telling me at a certain point, he's like, okay, it's time to go. And I wasn't listening, and he left. He's gone. He left me at Walmart, and I kept playing for a little bit, and then I realized he was gone. So in that moment, I think it felt as if I had made a choice, and Mario 64 was my new dad. And here we are, we're still at Walmart, still hanging out. Yeah, Papa Mario. Hey, hey, when you got Mario as a dad, you don't need a real father, you know? Thankfully, I did have a real father, and he did come back. He just went away for a few minutes to get a soda from a fast food place nearby. A lot of lessons were learned that day. You know, when he's telling you to go, it's time to go. And also, Mario 64 is amazing, and it's going to change the game. The game at large. A whole lot of lessons learned that day. I think if I just get up here... Oh, we got 80. We're close. Wow, no momentum. Maybe I should shoot myself out of a cannon. That might help. Try that again. Alright, this is gonna be the last star I'll get today. We'll get the 100 star and then we'll pick up that 8 red coins one. Already waiting for us. What am I doing? Me and my wife, we're having pizza tonight. She's making... I'd like to get in and help out a bit if I can. The dough was still rising when I took that break. But yeah, making some pizza. Oh yeah. Really, Tater? We're just on that. That's hilarious, dude. Yeah. Oh, very cool. Yeah, we're about to make one. Yeah. The dough was rising when I took that bathroom break just now. That's funny, man. All right, maybe if I get a little height and then work my way back down. Pizza Friday. Everybody eat pizza tonight if you haven't eaten already. And if you haven't eaten already, you probably should. If you're anything like me, you're starting to feel a bit weird. This is taking way too long. I think I may still have a... Well, no, we made it all the way to the top, didn't we? I mean, no, maybe that was a previous one. We might still have some good coins left over. (8:04 p.m.) Had eaten yet today? Oh, I'm sorry, Tater. Yeah, sorry about that. I feel like I'm working on an ear infection myself. Sorry to hear you're dealing with that. Hope you feel better. That's exactly what I was trying to do. Did I really kill everything? Did I make it up the mountain too? I don't know. I can't believe it. Yeah, find the right antibiotics, hopefully. No, I think I traveled up here, didn't I? I just want to keep playing this game, guys. I'll never stop. I still have the volume kind of turned up on this, don't I? Oh, it's also quite loud, I think, with that cat. Yeah. Oh, very cool. Glad you had a good time, Noom. Yeah. That's great to hear, man. Yeah. Family game night sounds so fun. Well, yeah, I know it can be frustrating, man. I'm glad you're, just getting everybody together, but... Yeah, glad it worked out. We're gonna be wrapping this up somewhat soonish. We're at the mercy of my terrible playing. Ichigo, thanks for hanging, buddy. I hope we can get some pizza this weekend. Yeah. Thanks again for chilling, buddy. Have a good one. May the weekend bring you even greater things than pizza. Just makes me want to get up and dance. Can't even see a single coin. Was I facing the wrong way? Maybe that's why. Give me coins. Ooh. Oh god, why did you do that? I keep hitting Z. That's not the button you want to press there. Alright, buddy, we really can't die here. I need you to fix that real quick. And not die. 8 red coin star? Should we just get that one real quick? Mine too, Nicole. Mario's as well, sadly. Oh god. Oh, don't take damage there. Okay. Man, I think I had the volume up really loud earlier. Oh well. Oh dang. Well, good luck, Nicole. Yeah, sorry to hear you're dropping out. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Good luck. May your internet and energy hold strong. I need to get over to that part. Oh, I should have gotten myself a, sorry guys, I'm getting tired and stupid. I can get up there from this tree, that's right. I'm only 7 coins away, but I also don't want to die. I feel like I'd be really sad. What about this box? Mario, don't get hit. Okay, we're back in the game. I can get 4 more. I can get 4 more of these. 4 more coins. Oh yeah, I'm not sure what you were seeing, Nicole. I mean, I know some of the levels have those little dirt devil things. We're gonna finish this level someday. Yeah, I know, I gotta be careful. Thankfully, got a little bit of life to spare now. I just need 4 more coins. Good God. Blade's open. Oh, there's some. Get him. Oh no. I think I can get him on the way back though. Let me turn. Come on. Cut a turn. Wow, 99. Man, this makes me this just makes me feel like a little kid playing this game. It still does it, man, after all these years. Alright, don't die, Mario. A single coin is all I need. Oh, it's gonna suck though if we get that last coin up here, because it'll be like in the air, won't it? Oh, I didn't think about that. That's funny. Well, let me get one of these that's like lower then. Easy. Could have done more takeoffs just from the surface. That shouldn't be too hard to get that star. Maybe in a try or two. Let's see. Just take off in the same spot, pretty much. Let me get a little more of a... Perfect. Exactly what I'm trying to do. Maybe I could just shoot right into it. Let's see. Let's try that first. Just a little above. There we go. Hi. We will continue. And we'll go get that red coin star over here. And then we're done. Thanks, Tater. Sorry to hear about your luck, Nicole. Yeah. Heck yeah. Our luck's turning around here, yeah. I hear ya. I've been rolling snake eyes lately. Myself, yeah. I hope your luck turns around. May we all be blessed with the luck of the Mario. All right. We did okay. We got a, you know, I'm slow at this game, and I'm also playing it extremely slow because I want to get, you know, come on. It's the nostalgia factor. I like taking these games slow, and this one really was a paradigm shift for like me, and I don't know, not just gamers my age. I think many others. And again, anytime you think you hear words like overrated and things like that, in the context of when this game came out, though, it was such a huge paradigm shift, and it blew away not just the minds of the little kids like me playing a demo of it at Walmart, but it, like a lot of other developers, were all just blown away, you know. And it was, the game had changed at that point, and yeah, it really was that special. And it's kind of hard to, I don't know, it's crazy to think about picking up this controller for the first time. And, you know, watching that video earlier, and them like, you know, do I do this? Do I hold it? You know, I remember having the stick in my hand and kind of being like, yeah, what's the best way? What's the best way to do this here? Can you? And meanwhile, you're all zoomed in or something accidentally, and like, But God. And like I said, I think one of the things they did so great about this game, we're going to wrap this up. But one of the things they did so well is that you don't even have to get into a level. You don't even have to really care about an objective to just have a blast jumping into the game. You know, spawning in. Starting to play out here. Exploring the castle, getting into the moat there, you know, like there's, and even if you get into Bob-omb Battlefield, those first couple times in, you're not, you know, you see, you know, they give you the name of the level or whatever, you get a hint as to what you're supposed to do. It's also just so fun to move around and try to learn the controls. And they made the game with how smooth his movements are, how you can chain these moves together, you know. Just do a lot of, I mean, people are way better than me. You know, shit, just watch a speedrunner, and it's so crazy, you know, what they pull off with this. And it really does feel like each level kind of has the sandbox. Its own little, get in there and explore, screw it up. Get in there and let the cat throw up some, you know? Just make some mistakes. Man, sorry to hear about the cat. Yeah, but I hear that. Nothing like you're in your own world or you're working on something and you really can't deal with any distractions, and then you start hearing... Look over and see the cat having a rough go at it. I've been there. And the cat's been there watching me, too. Jeez. I think we should wrap this up. This has been good. We're all saved up, I'm pretty sure, after that last star. Plenty more to come with this game, guys. This is not going to be the last time we're in this one, so, yeah. Let me get out to this screen. Let's go Dire Dogs.
Parvinator.
Happy Friday. Thank you so much for hanging, guys. We're going to get out of here in just a second. This is, we'll be playing this game on Fridays. And yeah, this is volume 19 of a 19-part series that I never thought I'd actually finish. I half started it as a joke because, come on, 19 parts. But it was the 19 Japanese games that were all part of this one eBay lot. And this is the last one of them. Let me turn off the game and show it to you. One sec. Here it is. And again, we're doing that Rumble Pack version of it. Sadly, my Rumble Pack does not work. But, yeah. This has been cool. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I think I'm going to get to our schedule. Let's see if there's anyone we can raid into. Please do stick around. Let's see if we can find someone over on Twitch. Either way, I'm going to play a few sounds for you on the way out. Let me see who's streaming. What? Why am I not logged in? I don't understand. Oh, I guess I am. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing anybody, yeah, I'm not seeing any of our usuals here, so maybe we'll just wrap. We'll just do that. Get up out of here. All right, let's do that. I'm gonna get to the schedule, guys. I will play a couple sounds for you. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. Blurry man. We're gonna hit the road. That's it. Thank you so much for hanging, guys. Happy Friday. I love this freaking game. We're doing Chrono Trigger. We're playing the English version, but yeah. I'll always show this off every chance I get. Got this many years ago. We're going to be playing some Chrono Trigger. This will be part 2, so we just got the thing started, so come on back. It should be fun. And next Friday, we'll do Mario 64. And I want to bring a little more material about like the hype of this game, the making of, we'll do a good old days segment on that. And we'll, that was a little bit rushed today. But if you didn't see it, check it out. We covered the Japanese instruction manual. That was a lot of fun. I'm going to watch this local news vid of them covering the launch of the 64 and it just blowing this little kid's mind. I think many of us can relate. I'm going to get out of here, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you next time. I'll play a few sounds for you, but I hope you guys have a good weekend. Adios. Thanks again for the support, the gifts, the bits, Noom, Tater, everybody else. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
So long, Bowser. Thank you so much for playing my game.
Goodbye.
Good night, everybody. Thanks a lot.
Good day, sir.
Game over.
Goodbye, friends.